The Israel army has said that it struck that underground missile facility in western Iran. Iran media saying that the air defense has been activated in Tehran, 6 other provinces as well. And these are the details that are just trickling in. Remember, this is a fast developing situation, and we've been closely monitoring the inputs that have been coming in from the official quarters, while not delving into any speculation. But at the same time, it's a reminder to our viewers who might just be tuning in that this is a major escalation in West Asia at a very precarious time. All right, we are keeping a close eye on the latest coming in. Back to you, Saleh, for now.
Indeed, Molly, thank you very much for getting us all those details. And one very important aspect of the attack that the Israelis have carried out is also the qualitative change in the nature of the target that they've chosen. Because remember, in the first part of the attacks that the Israelis carried out, they predominantly focused on Iran's nuclear facilities, and in the decapitation attacks, they focused on taking out the top Iranian military leadership. But now the nature of attacks is also changing. Israel has reportedly also started to attack Iran's oil and gas industry. This is where it is trying to cut down Iran's economic muscle in many ways. Iran already, remember, is a very sanctioned nation where under Donald Trump's policy of maximum pressure, Iran's oil and gas industry is very heavily sanctioned, and there are very few avenues where Iran is able to sell its oil and gas products that it produces. And now the Israelis attacking Iran's oil and gas industry quite clearly shows that all gloves are off, and one can expect more attacks on critical infrastructure. Because once the oil and gas industry comes under attack, it's going to be very interesting to see as to what impact this has on the price of crude oil, and by virtue of that, on the global economy, and as to how the Iranians, of course, will respond to the Israelis now expanding their attacks to include Iran's oil and gas industry. Now, remember, this is the 3rd straight night of attacks by the Israelis. The first night they carried out the attacks, which was the beginning of Operation Rising Lion, a term with clear biblical connotations, which was unleashed by the Israelis. There was a lot of infrastructure of the Iranians that was struck. The Iranian strategy has, of course, been to utilize their ballistic missiles to hit back at the Israelis. This is what the Iranians hoped would have created enough deterrence, where the Iranians, because of the quality of the ballistic missiles that they've got, have been able to pierce the Israeli Iron Dome, the much touted Iron Dome, and the many layers of the Israeli air defense systems. The Americans have also been helping the Israelis in shooting down some of these Iranian drones and missiles. This is the 3rd day of the hostilities that's currently underway, the 3rd straight night where the Israelis have staged attacks on Iran and its underground missile facilities. This is going to be a critical moment for Iran to make an assessment. If it fires its ballistic missiles that it has in its arsenal, then it has a chance of inflicting damage on the Israelis, their military infrastructure, possibly at Israel's critical infrastructure. But if Iran decides to hold back at this moment, if Iran chooses to get lulled into a sense of complacency, if that is what the military leadership there chooses to do, then possibly a lot of the military hardware that it is sitting on could get destroyed by the Israelis in the very bunkers where these missiles are stored. It's going to be very interesting to see as to how this plays out, but this is clearly a critical moment. The Israeli Prime Minister, when he spoke a little while back, spelled out what his strategy is. The Israelis are not going to hold back. The talks, the negotiations that the Americans were holding with the Iranians, it clearly has emerged, were not being done in good faith. And it now remains to be seen as to how the Iranian leadership, of course, responds to this. We are tracking all the developments that are unfolding. This is the latest bit of information that has come in, where the air defenses have been activated by the Iranians in Tehran and in 6 other provinces. Khorramabad, which is a key facility which contains the surface-to-surface missiles. These, remember, are the heavier missiles which carry much bigger payload and can have an enormous amount of impact when they actually strike their targets on the ground. This is one of those facilities which the Israelis claim they've struck in western Iran. So this is a war that's just in the initial phase of how it is unfolding at this moment. And my colleague Molly Gambhir is, of course, still with us. Molly, looking at the way that things are, in fact, playing out, when we heard that message by the Israeli Prime Minister a little while back, he wished Donald Trump a happy birthday and also went on to reiterate as to how Donald Trump is a man with a very clear vision. And he spelled it out. He let the cat out of the bag when he said that the Americans were perfectly in the know when the Israelis started off with their Operation Rising Lion.
Absolutely, Saleh. Look at the messaging and the way it has emerged since Friday. And, we've been talking to experts who've been also dissecting for us what the two sides are really trying to do at this point, both through what they're doing on the ground, of course, but also through the kind of statements that have been coming out, both high on rhetoric, but also a lot of intent being on display on part of both sides. And the message that they are sending out loud and clear is that they are not backing down. And given the way things are happening on the periphery,
just interrupt you there, because there is some bit of breaking information that has just come in. And this, of course, is what breaking news is about. Where the Israeli military claims that it has struck an underground facility in western Iran's Khorramabad that contained the surface-to-surface and the cruise missiles. This, of course, is the big breaking development. The Israeli military is the one that is making this claim that they've struck this facility. It's a missile facility, underground missile facility. And it's also interesting the kind of missiles that were stored in this facility by the Iranians. The Israelis claim that this is a surface-to-surface. The heavy missiles which cause an enormous amount of damage that can reduce buildings to rubble. Those are the kind of missiles that the Iranians had in this particular underground facility, which the Israelis now claim they've managed to strike. How much of this is now being put out of use? That's something that's up for a question. Now, the Israeli military further claims that the site contains storage tunnels for the surface-to-surface missiles and cruise missiles, as well as multiple launch shafts. The Iranian media has reported strikes on the Loresta province, where Khorramabad is located. And earlier on Saturday, Israel had also said that its airstrikes on Iran, which began the wee hours of Friday, have so far killed more than 20 top Iranian army and Revolutionary Guard commanders, including the Armed Forces Chief Mohammad Bagheri. The strikes have also killed 9 top nuclear scientists of Iran and experts. And Iran has said that about 78 people in total have been killed in this wave of Israeli bombings that started with Operation Rising Lion. So this, of course, is the big breaking development that we are getting you. Let's also listen in to what's, of course, being said there by the Israeli spokesperson.
Strategic military industries, targets in the nuclear program, and senior figures in the Iranian terrorist leadership. These are significant targets that are at the heart of Iran and its terrorist branches.
All right, so that is what the Israelis are, of course, claiming, that these are very significant targets. Now, remember, the Israelis haven't missed a beat in this war. This is a war that it's quite clearly a hot war at this moment. But how much further will it go? That, of course, was a question that was answered by Netanyahu, where, without mincing words, he indicated that what Israel is looking for is effectively a regime change. He said that very soon we'll have the Israeli fighter jets over the skies in Tehran. And he also went on to state that all the leaders of the Iranian regime, of the Ayatollah, are now packing their bags and leaving. That is what the Israeli Prime Minister, of course, claimed when he spoke a little while back. So is Israel's intention to now go ahead for a all-out regime change, a sort of a war against Iran? Is that what the Israelis are planning? It does appear to be so, if you were to listen carefully to the Israeli Prime Minister's words. But to what extent are the Americans on board? Because remember, the Americans have always held back with probable deniability, saying that, listen, it's just the Israelis who are out there doing the stuff. And later it does emerge from the Israeli leaders that the Americans were always hand in glove with everything that, of course, was happening. And joining us on the broadcast, we've got Mr. Alex Strayman, who's the CEO and Jerusalem Bureau Chief of the Jewish News Syndicate. He's joining us live. Mr. Truman, thank you very much indeed for joining us here on WION. Now, this latest bit of information that has just come in, where the Israeli military claims that it has managed to strike one of the underground missile facilities with stored surface-to-surface missiles. In your assessment, is this now going to be the strategy of the Israeli military, where they'll try to take out as many of these Iranian missiles as possible in the very bunkers where they're stored?
Oh, absolutely. We see that the damage that Iran is able to cause directly is by the ballistic missiles. There were multiple strikes of Israeli civilian populations last night. And obviously, this is the two areas. One is the nuclear development, and the second is the ballistic missile capabilities that Israel are targeting first and foremost to remove.
Right, and we also heard the Israeli Prime Minister speak. He was very jovial. He looked really happy. He congratulated the American president on his birthday, and he also said that the American President Donald Trump is very clear-eyed and knows what his objective is. And therefore, he went on to state that the Israelis have been doing whatever they've been doing as part of this Operation Rising Lion in coordination with the Americans. In your assessment, is this an operation that the Israelis can do on their own, or do they need the express support of the Americans for this war to succeed for the Israelis?
Well, militarily, Israel's proving that it can do it on its own. Certainly, Israel would love it if the United States or others would take on the Iranian nuclear program, as they should have taken for a long time. Israel doing the dirty work itself. But the support is in providing the weapons, which obviously have come from the United States, and it's also diplomatic backing for the attack. And, there's been a major campaign in the mainstream media to try to project a rift between the President of the United States and the Prime Minister of the State of Israel. The attacks of the last 48 hours demonstrate that the Prime Minister and the President have been collaborating openly, working together all along.
It is not the media that was showing that there's a rift between Netanyahu and Donald Trump. It is what Donald Trump had in fact been saying himself, that he had told Prime Minister Netanyahu not to stage an attack on Iran while the negotiations were ongoing. Mr. Raymond, do continue to stay on with us. I want you to weigh in on a few other aspects of what's unfolding in this war. But for now, though, let's take a look at some breaking news that's just come in. Now, the IDF has now put out a video, and it shows this video where it says that Iran had posted a video to show us to how powerful Iran actually is. The IDF further said that the world now knows as to what happens when Iran mistakes propaganda for strength. The IDF has further said that the Iranian chief of staff and the commander of the IRGC featured in the Iranian video have now been killed. And this site that was shown by the Iranians in the video that they had put out exhibiting their missile strength has now been struck. That's the word that they're using, struck. They're not saying destroyed, so we do not know whether it's in fact been put out of use, how much of the military arsenal has in fact been rendered useless. These are some of the important nitty-gritties and the details that we will have to wait and watch out for. And it now remains to be seen as to how things, of course, unfold from here. And we've got Mr. Alex Strayman, who's the CEO and Jerusalem Bureau Chief of the Jewish News Syndicate. He is still with us. Mr. Strayman, this is a critical moment in this war. The question that I was earlier referring to is about what the Israeli Prime Minister in fact said when he said that the Iranian leadership the leaders of Ayatollah's regime are all packing their bags and are getting ready to leave. For people who are reading into what the Israeli Prime Minister here said, they effectively will say that the Israeli Prime Minister is indicating at a regime change that he wants to carry out in Tehran. Is that your reading as well?
Well, certainly it's not only the weapons, but it's the people with the fingers on their button, the ones that have been funding and arming the terror proxies all around Israel that have been striking Israel for the last 600 days. That's the regime itself. The prime minister not targeting the leadership himself at this point, although they have warned the Iranians that if they continue to fire at civilian infrastructure, then Israel will change its strategy from attacking just military targets inside Iran to national infrastructure targets, even to targets of the regime itself. But the prime minister also sent out a video to the people of Iran stating that Israel is not the enemy of the people of Iran, rather it's the Islamic Republic that's the enemy of the people of Iran. And the prime minister, I believe, would like to see the Iranian people rise up, as they have done multiple times, in a revolutionary spirit to overtake this regime and put in a new leadership.
In terms of the Iranian response that we saw, and in the cities that the Iranians were able to strike yesterday night with their ballistic missiles, Tel Aviv and Jerusalem suffered some significant damage. How concerned are the Israeli people about what the Iranians can do with their ballistic missiles in case these hostilities continue to escalate?
Well, this has been the major threat. Over the last 48 hours, there have been multiple strikes. It's believed that Iran has fired at least 200 ballistic missiles at Israel. As many as 10% of them may have struck down inside Israel. Israel not giving exact information, but we know that there were major strikes in Rishon LeZion and Ramat Gan, both in the Tel Aviv area. 3 people have been killed. Dozens others have been injured. But the overwhelming majority of the ballistic missiles have been intercepted by Israel's significant and sophisticated missile defense system. Israelis also are well protected for the most part in shelter, and that has reduced the number of civilian casualties even when there's been infrastructure damage.
Right. Now, Israel has one of the best air defense systems anywhere in the world. It's got this Iron Dome which can actually stop these short-range missiles, the kind of missiles that Hamas or Hezbollah fires. But Iran, on the other hand, has these bigger ballistic missiles, which are much more harder to intercept. Now, in the about 100-odd missiles, as the Israelis claim that the Iranians fired, about 3 people ended up losing their lives in Israel, and about 70 plus ended up getting injured. We also saw the scenes of devastation. To what extent do you think this plays on the minds of people within the state of Israel, in case they see their prime minister is taking the nation into an all-out war with the Iranians?
I believe that for the most part, the Israelis support overwhelmingly this attack on Iran, and they believe that this is the natural culmination of a war that's lasted for over 600 days. They understand the risks, but they also understand that if Israel does not take on these risks at this point, when Iran is estimated to have 2,000 to 3,000 ballistic missiles, that soon in the next years ahead, Iran could have as many as 20,000 ballistic missiles, and not only would they just be ballistic missiles, but they could be armed with nuclear warheads, which Israel believes will be an actual existential threat to its long-term existence.
All right. Now, there are some skeptics, who look at the Israeli kinetic military action against Iran. They say what Israel is trying to achieve through an all-out war with the Iranians, risking a lot of Israeli lives, could have actually been done through negotiations. It was, in fact, done by the Barack Obama's administration when the JCPOA, the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, was struck with the Iranians, where the Iranians were allowed to enrich uranium to about 3% purity. This was an agreement that was in place till Donald Trump decided to unilaterally walk out of it. In your assessment within the nation of Israel, how many people actually think that negotiations are the way forward, and how many think that only a war would actually sort this out for the Israeli nation?
In Israel, the overwhelming majority of people believe that the negotiations are a farce, that it's a strategy by Iran to wait out this president and hope to get to the next president. They also believe overwhelmingly that the 2015 JCPOA Iran nuclear deal was not a good deal, and that Iran did not adhere to its obligations under such a deal, and that the deal rather just flushed the Iranian regime with cash that they then used to develop its nuclear weapons program, as well as to fund terror proxies, including the Houthis and Hezbollah and Hamas.
Right.
At this point, Israelis believe that war was the only possible way to stop the ambitions of the Iranian nuclear program.
Interesting. Now, the Iranians will, of course, Mr. Traven, just to play the devil's advocate here, the Iranians will turn around and say that the fact that they are under attack is only because they don't have a nuclear weapon. They look at the example of North Korea, with whom the United States or any other nation does not even talk of attacking, because the North Koreans have a nuclear weapon. They also have ballistic missiles with which they can strike pretty much at any target that they want. So considering that the Iranians have come under attack because they face the charge from the Israelis that they are developing a nuclear weapon, while the Iranians have been insisting for the last 2 decades that they simply have no intention of having a nuclear weapon. Now, putting them under this kind of military pressure, where there is a regime change that is being threatened and an all-out war that is being imposed on them, do you not think that this will push the military strategists within Iran to pursue and get a nuclear weapon at all costs?
Well, first, Israel has already taken out some of the top military strategists in Iran, and has also set back the Iranian nuclear program already in 48 hours by many years. So essentially, that's much less of a threat. But Iran is not under attack now because of the threat that Iran could cross the nuclear threshold at some point. Iran is under attack because they have already fired, before this last operation started, 300 ballistic missiles, including another 100 cruise missiles, at Israel over the last 600 days during this war, and have funded Hezbollah, the Houthis, and Hamas, which have fired tens of thousands of rockets at Israel in the last 600 days. So This isn't an isolated attack. This is the culmination of a 600-day war that's now getting to the head of a terror octopus that has set the entire Middle East under war for the last almost 2 years.
Mr. Raymond, you seem to be pretty optimistic in terms of what the Israelis have achieved, but that is not the optimism that is shared by your former Prime Minister Ehud Barak, where he's now gone on record and stated that Israel cannot delay Iran's nuclear program for long, even if they have these military gains over the Iranian nuclear program, but taking off the top leadership. What do you say to leaders within your own nation, such as Ehud Barak, who say that Israel simply cannot stop the nuclearization of Iran?
Well, there's a pretty robust opposition in Israel that really goes against everything that the government said. Ehud Barak is a former prime minister. He was a prime minister in Israel for less than 2 years. He's gone down as one of the most largest failures of prime ministers in Israeli history, and has been a staunch opponent of just about every single policy that Prime Minister Netanyahu has carried out over his 16 years as the prime minister. So it's not surprising that he said that, but it's the minority opinion in Israel, and the overwhelming majority of Israelis in the Knesset members, even opposition members, including Yair Lapid, Benny Gantz, Avigdor Lieberman, all supporting the prime minister's attack on Iran.
All right, interesting. Now, there is a opinion which says that the American president, he is someone who wants to put America first as his entire foreign policy, but there is a real threat that he is being drawn into a war that only serves Israeli interests. Do you think Israel can actually fight this war, if it comes to that, on its own, without relying on American support and American weapons?
I don't think Israel would have launched these strikes if it didn't think that it could complete this war on its own. I believe that over the last 48 hours, they've proven that they can hit just about any target that they want inside Iran, and have struck hundreds of targets inside Iran. I think the president made very clear to the prime minister that if Israel wants to do this, it's going to have to do it on its own. However, it's not just that Iran is threatening Israel. Iran has destabilized Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, Yemen, Gaza, and of course fired directly at Israel. So, this is a threat that's being posed to the entire region. If Iran does decide that it should attack U.S. bases inside Iraq, Syria, or potentially in the seas surrounding the Persian Gulf, then you could see potentially the United States getting involved, which would be able to end this war even faster than if Israel has to do it by itself.
All right, we'll have to leave there. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Alex Trayman, for joining us with that perspective there.
Thanks for having me.
All right, now there are some breaking inputs that have just come in where the American President Donald Trump has put out a post about his phone call with his Russian counterpart Vladimir Putin. He said, and I quote him here, President Putin called this morning to very nicely wish me a very happy birthday, but more importantly to talk about Iran, a country that he knows very well. We talked at length, much less time was spent about talking about Russia, Ukraine, but that will be for the next week. And he's doing the planned prisoner swaps. Large numbers of prisoners are being exchanged immediately from both sides. The call lasted approximately 1 hour. He feels, as I do, this war in Israel and Iran should end, to which I explained his war should also end. This is what the American President Donald Trump, in fact, has posted on his Truth Social account just a little while back after having had a phone call with the Russian President Vladimir Putin. Now let's now get you some updates of what is also happening again with respect to the Iran-Israel tensions, where the Iranian media has now put out a video of the natural gas plant that is now burning after an Israeli strike. That's happening on the Iran-Israel front. And this is a significant escalation considering that a critical infrastructure element has in fact been struck by the Israelis. And the Iran-Israel war is what is featured very prominently when the two leaders, that is Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin, spoke to each other over the phone call. They spoke about the Russia-Ukraine war as well, but they spoke less of it. And Vladimir Putin reportedly told Donald Trump that the Iran-Israel war should end. And Trump reportedly responded by saying that he feels the same, and he also thinks that the Russia-Ukraine war should end as well. So this, of course, is the big breaking development at this moment. The Russian president and the American president putting their heads together, speaking to each other over the phone for more than an hour. And they apparently discussed the Iran-Israel tensions, with the Russian president saying that that war should come to an end. But that does not appear to be the case, because quite clearly the Israelis are going up the escalatory ladder, which is what the Israeli Prime Minister said a little while back. And the Iranian media has now aired a video, which we'll be getting for you in just a bit, of a natural gas plant burning after a reported Israeli strike. Now, the Israeli drone strike caused a strong explosion at the Iranian natural gas processing plant. This is what the Iranian state television has reported. Now, this is the first Israeli attack. And once these kind of attacks start, it is difficult to actually make them stop. Because remember, the Iranians can also hit back at a number of Israeli critical infrastructure facilities, like their power plants, such as their water processing plants. These could also now become legitimate targets. The Iranians have said that they'll match the Israelis every step up the escalatory ladder. These are images from a place called Kangan in Iran, where you can see what is being described as a natural gas processing plant that is now on fire because of a small drone attack that the Israelis have carried out. The plant is said to be located in Iran's South Pars natural gas field. It produces liquefied natural gas and other products, and the extent of the damage is not immediately clear. Now, the report has also quoted eyewitnesses as saying that the attack was carried out by the Israelis using a small drone. Now, Israel has attacked the Fajr natural gas refinery in the nearby town of Jam. The 2 days of intense attacks have left Iran's surviving leadership with the difficult decision of plunging deeper into the conflict with Israel's more powerful forces or seeking a diplomatic route. But is there a diplomatic route? Because remember, the Iranians were on a diplomatic route. They were having conversations with the American negotiators, and if someone negotiates in good faith, they do not kill the person whom they're negotiating with, which is what the Israelis have done. They have killed the person, the key negotiator of the Iranians, was talking to the American negotiators, and with that, it appears that the Iranian interest in negotiations is down and out, because they do not consider the Americans to be negotiating in good faith, and this is now a significant escalation. An oil and gas processing facility is considered critical infrastructure, and once these critical infrastructure facilities start to be hit, there's literally no pulling back. And it now remains to be seen as to how the Iranians will, of course, respond to this another escalation by the Israelis, where they have targeted a natural gas plant. The Iranian oil and gas industry, remember, has been very heavily sanctioned by the Americans, and therefore the places where the Iranians can actually sell their hydrocarbons are very limited, and now the Israelis are targeting their natural gas plants in this manner. This is a video that's been put out by the Iranians, which shows fire and smoke rising at South Par's natural gas processing plant. So it's going to be another intense night with the Israelis having opened their gambit. This, remember, is the third straight night of attacks by the Israelis. The Iranians responded yesterday. We still, so far, haven't seen any ballistic missile attacks in the manner that the Iranians had carried out yesterday night. The Israelis have also reportedly struck some of the ballistic missile facilities of the Iranians, some of the carriages that the Iranians had. Now, Iran in the past has been boasting that it has hundreds of thousands of these ballistic missiles. We spoke with one of the Israeli analysts a little while back, and he says the Israeli estimate is that the Iranians may have about 2,000, maybe 3,000 of those ballistic missiles, which can actually cause some serious damage. And the Israeli strategy is to now try and detonate as many of those missiles within the bunkers where the Iranians have stored. How far will this strategy succeed? How far will the Iranians hold back and risk having their missiles completely destroyed is something that's totally up for speculation. But at this moment, though, the Israelis have laid their intentions out in the open. The Israelis have said that what they are looking for is nothing short of a regime change, because the Israeli Prime Minister, in no uncertain terms, has spelled out that he sees the leadership of the Ayatollah regime packing their bags and leaving Tehran. That's what he says. And he also said something very significant. He said that Donald Trump's administration is completely on board with all Israeli plans. This as he thanked the American president for the support that America has given so far in this war. And it now remains to be seen as to what happens with respect to this war, where quite clearly things do not look like they will de-escalate. Israel does not look like it is in the mood to de-escalate. The United States, which was not negotiating in good faith, does not look like it is serious about a de-escalation, because it had been supplying the weapons that were used by the Israelis in carrying out that Operation Rising Lion. Iran, of course, is in a tough position at this moment. It is facing an adversary that is technologically much more stronger. It's not just the Israelis that they're fighting, it is the Americans who are supplying the weapons to the Israelis. The British have now said that they are moving their military assets towards the eastern part of the Mediterranean, and it now remains to be seen as to what, of course, happens in this war that is escalating by the minute. Let's also now get you some images from Tehran. this is from just a little while back, where thousands of people were out on the streets honoring Iran's slain commanders. In an anti-Israeli rally in Tehran, the people were seen protesting against the Israeli bombings and chanting against Israel and the United States. And my colleague Molly Gambhir, of course, has been tracking all the developments very closely for us and is joining us with more updates. Over to you, Molly.
Right, Saleh, look at the way things have panned out since Friday. Now, this has, of course, been a development in West Asia, which is, with each passing day, looked even more precarious. And at this point, things could be headed in any direction, because we have been getting a sense from different quarters about what things have been looking like in terms of the messaging that's been put out by both sides at this point as well. Now, we've been also talking about to what extent the U.S. would want to get involved. How far would the U.S. go? Remember, even as far as Israel's Operation Rising Lion is concerned, there has been so much that's been spoken about America knowing about the operation. But remember, we also know what the U.S. Secretary of State earlier had said. Now, beyond that, look at America's stance and its role and its positioning at this point. How far would it be willing to go, and what should and could America do at this point? Because we do know that very tangible measures that have been taken already. We obviously have to wait and watch for how things unfold back channel-wise, but measures that have been taken by the U.S., for example, in moving its assets, those steps have already been taken. They're underway right now. So we also know for a fact that the UK has been making those efforts as well as a contingency measure. But overall, how far would America would want to go? A lot depends on that as well. Now, we also know that the US-Iran nuclear talks, for example, Oman, the mediator, has, in fact, through its minister, announced that those talks will not be taking place. Remember earlier when we were talking to the experts and that confirmation had not come in, they were also very interestingly pointing out that a lot depends on whether those talks happen as well. Now, as of now, that announcement that came in regarding those US-Iran nuclear talks not taking shape as well is another setback in a way as far as West Asia's dynamics go at this point, because it's a very tense situation given how both sides have been raising the stakes. And in the latest, with this latest Israeli attack on that facility in Iran, things could be headed in any direction. And remember, this is the moment that experts have been pointing would be a dangerous one, because it would have far-reaching implications for the entire region. Whether or not it's a turning point, whether or not it actually permanently changes things for the region remains to be seen. But as of now, these are developments that do carry far-reaching implications and repercussions. Let's also, at this point, get in David Lippman, West Asia analyst, who's with us on the broadcast. Thanks very much for being here. I want to first get in a sense from you of what Israel is trying to do through the targeting of this facility. What do you think is the larger intent right now?
Well, thank you for having me. I think the larger intent is quite simply the safety and future of Israel and indeed the Jewish people everywhere in Western civilization. Iran has made no secret of its intent to destroy Israel. It has acted to try and do so by arming proxies from Hamas to Hezbollah to the Houthi rebels, which have attacked Israel with deadly consequences. We saw the worst of that on October 7th. And with its attempt to advance its nuclear weapons, as well as its attempt to build up its ballistic missile stockpile, that threat was growing bigger and bigger than I think any country could have possibly been expected to tolerate.
Okay, so let me ask you this then. At this point, where do you think things could be headed? Because with this latest attack, we are looking at things heading in a dangerous direction. And at the same time, we have to wait and watch for how far the US would be willing to go. What is your take on that?
I think right now, Israel is actually being somewhat restrained in terms of its strikes against Iran. Now, that might sound a little unusual given that they have targeted senior Iranian military targets and nuclear scientists, but Israel now has capability, given its complete air dominance, to target key economic facilities, oil facilities, natural gas facilities, ports, which could cripple Iran. I don't think Israel wants to do that unless it has no other choice to bring the regime to its knees and to stop its threats against Israel. I don't perceive the United States, or I don't anticipate the United States becoming any more involved than it has in terms of helping shoot down missiles. The only way I would anticipate the United States getting more involved is if Iran begins lashing out at American facilities in the Middle East, or possibly if Iran starts attacking some other Gulf Arab neighbors, for example, Saudi Arabia, UAE, in an attempt to try to force the region or cause chaos to build pressure against Israel to cease its defensive action.
All right, let's also speak of the implications and the symbolism attached, given that this is a step further from the attacks on Friday, because now we have Iran's energy industry being targeted. So just talk us through the implications of that happening.
Yeah, I've seen reports of some limited strikes on a couple oil facilities. I haven't seen the results of the most recent strikes that have occurred in the last hour or two. Of course, it's difficult to know what is true and what is not, given the limited amount of information being allowed to come out of Iran with its limits imposed on internet. But I think those limited strikes are an effort by the Israeli forces to continue sending a message to the regime that it needs to pull back and it needs to stop these ballistic missile attacks on Israeli civilian centers, which are very clearly targeted at civilian centers, or Israel will have no other choice but to expand its strikes against facilities that are key to upholding the Islamic Republic's regime.
All right, stay with us. I just want to get our viewers a sense of the latest coming in at this point. Breaking news that's coming in right this minute. And the news that's just coming in, Iraq in contact with Iran and the US as Washington's ally Israel and Iran have been exchanging those attacks. In fact, Iraq has approached the Iranian and US governments in a bid to prevent being caught up in a regional escalation. That's what the officials have said. The government in Baghdad is a close ally of Tehran, but also a strategic partner of the United States, which has some 2,500 troops in Iraq as part of its coalition, the anti-jihadist coalition. Now, the government in a statement has said that it reiterates its firm and unequivocal rejection of any violation of Iraqi airspace or its use in military attacks carried out by the Zionist entity against Iran. That's what the statement says, quote unquote. It also called on the United States to uphold its responsibilities to prevent aircraft belonging to the Zionist entity from once again breaching Iraqi airspace to carry out such attacks, quote unquote. That is also what the statement is saying. Now, reports say that Baghdad had also asked Tehran not to strike US targets in its territory. The request was made. They promised positive things, is what the official reportedly said, requesting anonymity to discuss sensitive matters. And an Iraqi government official who also requested anonymity said Baghdad had made an official request to Washington to help preserve the integrity of its airspace, citing the United States' role as the leader of the international coalition against the Islamic State group. In fact, Baghdad on Friday lodged a complaint with the United Nations over Israel's use of its airspace to attack Iran. I just want to go back across for further perspectives. Before we do that, more breaking inputs coming in right this minute. And news just coming in. Iranian media saying air defenses have been activated over Tehran and 6 other provinces. This is as a part of the latest air campaign on part of Israel against Iran. The list of Iran provinces with active air defenses, that map that will be coming up on your screen as well. Let's get in further inputs at this point. And further perspectives going back across. Let's just piece together for the benefit of our viewers the significance of what's unfolding at this point, David Littman, because here we have what Iraq has said, and I want to actually get in your quick comments on that as well.
Yeah, I would make 2 points about the statement put out from Iraq. Number one is Iraq has allowed, the Iraqi government has long allowed Iranian militias to use its territory as essentially part of a pipeline of supplying weapons to Iran's terror proxies, such as Hezbollah, through Iraq, through Syria, and eventually to Lebanon. So the cries about sovereignty and protecting Iraq from being used for armed conflict are quite hypocritical. But the second point I would make, building off of that, is that it's actually a rather muted response from some of these officials. And there's been a very muted response from Iran's proxies, including in Iraq, but also in places like Lebanon with Hezbollah. And I think that's a testament to the success of the Israeli forces in diffusing the threat that had been building for years, decades even, by Iran in terms of building a what was called a Shia circle of fire in order for Iran to try to kill Israel and eventually, or kill Israelis and eventually to destroy Israel through the rocket arsenals of groups like Hezbollah, Hamas. We saw what happened on October 7th. And what happened on October 7th, Iran had long planned to do something much bigger. And fortunately, the Israeli forces have done a phenomenal job of diffusing those threats. And I think Iran is now facing a situation in which it's finding itself suddenly alone. And it sends a good signal from Israel's perspective that you might get a good hit at Israel as they did on October 7th, but Israel will finish the job against those enemies that seek its destruction. And we're seeing that in Iran over the last 36, 48 hours.
All right, let's also talk about the way things have panned out since Friday. And this, of course, is, like we said, a major step further on part of Israel in terms of the attack that's taken place. But your assessment of what we're seeing right now on part of the messaging on both Iran and Israel's side. We've already touched on what Israel is trying to do and its messaging. Let's also talk about what Tehran, its stature right now, its messaging, and the statements that have been coming in from the leadership.
Right. From my perspective, the Iranian messaging has been one of an attempt to depict control of the situation. But it is increasingly becoming desperate. We've seen them attempt to claim, for example, that they have shot down Israeli jets. The propaganda is pretty amateurish, given that they're using images that can be easily traced to completely unrelated conflicts. We're also, I've seen reports of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps threatening its own members that if they don't show up to work, that they will be hunted down and harmed, which again signals some desperation, and that people in Iran are sensing that the end of the regime may be at hand. And what will be interesting to see is if the Iranian people, who largely detest the regime, if they begin to rise up and you begin to see more unrest, how far the regime will be willing to go in order to maintain its grip on power. And I think we'll get some idea with the messaging it gives toward people.
Indeed. Mr. Littman, this is Mohammed Saleh here. And the question that I probably would want to ask you is this. Considering the manner in which things are escalating and things clearly seem to be going out of hand, in your assessment, what do you think is probably the elbow room for diplomacy here? Is there a possibility at all that Iran and Israel would be able to put their heads together, probably sit at a table and then sort things out? Do you think that's a possibility at all?
I think it's a remote possibility. Diplomacy has had its opportunity for well over a decade now, and Iran has reacted to it by crossing lines, by acting underneath the table to keep building its nuclear capabilities. Now, President Trump has signaled, his statement shortly after the war began, that he hopes Iran will come to the table. Iran has signaled that it refuses to.
Right.
There were, of course, supposed to be talks over this weekend that Iran said it would not show up. The U.S. Representative Witkoff said he would show up. Things may change.
Right.
But the key question is going to be whether any agreement at this point could be trusted.
Right.
Given
But do you think, considering the manner in which these negotiations for a nuclear deal have gone on, where the Americans have been talking to the Iranians, the American president had been repeatedly telling the Israeli prime minister, do not stage a military kinetic attack, and yet we saw the Israelis going ahead with this military option that they have deployed, effectively decapitating the top military leadership of Iran and also killing the very man, the key negotiator who was talking to the Americans. With that being the case, how confident do you think the Iranians would be that any negotiations that are offered to them are being offered to them in good faith?
I think one thing that needs to be understood by the Iranians is that the current U.S. administration is not like the past administrations. And if you recall, President Trump gave the Iranians a 60-day deadline to come to a deal. Israel's strike came on day 61.
Right.
I think the Iranians need to understand that the patience of Israel, the United States, and it seems some of the other European countries, such as France, for the delay tactics and the bad faith negotiation tactics of Iran is at an end.
But Iran is going to turn around and say that, listen, we are negotiating in good faith. Yes, there was a 60-day ultimatum that Donald Trump did give. And on the 61st day, the United States' closest ally in the Middle East, the state of Israel, staged this attack on them. They'll turn around and say that we were negotiating in good faith. The fact that our key negotiator has been killed in an attack by the Israelis is what points to the United States' attempt at negotiations in bad faith, where probably the entire negotiation exercise was to draw the attention away of the Iranians, while this entire attack was being planned by the Americans along with the Israelis.
Some folks in Iran may have that perception, but I would point very simply to the fact that throughout all these negotiations, when Iran has been promising that any nuclear technology or any nuclear developments would be for peaceful uses. The whole time, it was promising to destroy Israel, the country that launched these strikes. It was fueling terror organizations that carried out horrific atrocities against Israelis, including the October 7th attacks carried out by the Iran-funded and armed Hamas terrorist group.
Right.
It was fueling Hezbollah. So I think Iran does not have much ground to stand on in terms of claiming it was acting or operating in good faith. And I think we've seen that over the decades, that even behind the scenes, I mean, there was just the vote by the International Atomic Energy Association that censured Iran for violating the non-proliferation agreement. So clearly, it doesn't have much, doesn't have a leg to stand on when it comes to good faith and negotiations.
Interesting. Now, the Israeli Prime Minister, a little while back when he spoke, he's clearly indicated that regime change is probably what he is looking for, along with American support. This is the terms that he used. He sees the top leadership of the Ayatollah regime packing their bags and leaving Tehran. With the track record the Americans have had with regime changes in the Middle East, like for instance 2003 Iraq, 2011 Libya, and then much later last year in Syria through the proxies, has regime change ever done anything in establishing peace?
Well, I don't think, first of all, I don't think this situation really has any parallels, in part because you have a regime that is so deeply unpopular. There's not an ongoing civil war as there was in places like Syria. You could also look at Libya. There's a horrible track record.
A lot of people, in fact, turn around and say that the similarities between what is being done with Iran are very similar, one would say, to what was done with Iraq in 2003. There were allegations that were made that Saddam Hussein, the Iraqi leader back then, had weapons of mass destruction. A similar sort of an allegation is being leveled against the Iranians, saying that they are pursuing nuclear weapons at a time when Iranians have been over and over saying that they don't have any nuclear weapons, they are not pursuing nuclear weapons. With that being the case, and looking at what happened with Iraq just 23 years ago, are we seeing history effectively repeat itself?
No. And I would even take a step back and say, if Iran was not seeking nuclear weapons, then why was it enriching uranium to just below the threshold needed for weapons grade, which is far beyond anything you could ever need for peaceful civilian nuclear energy? It's just the actions are very different here. The evidence is beyond doubt of what Iran was really trying to do, whereas in Iraq, I think the evidence was much weaker. And there did deserve a lot of criticism for the way the United States approached Iraq in 2003. I also think there's a very different circumstance here in that there are no foreign troops that are going to be invading Iranian territory. I think whatever happens within Iran with regime change will be led by other Iranians. And I hope that the Iranian people are allowed to decide their own fate ultimately about what kind of future governance they want.
All right. Interesting. We'll have to wrap it up there. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Littman, for joining us with that perspective there.
Thank you so much.
So this is what is happening at the moment, where the Israelis have now staged an attack on one of the oil and gas refining facilities. And it now remains to be seen how the Israelis will, of course, progress from here. Because remember, there is a qualitative change in terms of what the Israelis have now struck. They have hit at what is effectively a critical infrastructure site of the Iranians. The Iranians will, of course, hit back. And we now need to see as to what, of course, is going to be on the target of the Iranians. Now, in the United States of America, there is a massive military parade that is unfolding to celebrate the 250th birthday of the U.S. Army against the backdrop of the No Kings protests. The opponents of President Donald Trump's agenda are rallying in hundreds of cities nationwide for a No Kings protest, following several days of nationwide demonstrations against federal immigration raids, including in Los Angeles, where Trump had deployed the National Guard and the US Marines. The protests are in fact timed to counter a massive military parade. The protests are timed to in fact counter-program a massive military parade which coincides with Trump's 79th birthday in Washington, D.C. The event is expected to include about 6,600 soldiers, 50 helicopters, 60-ton M1 Abrams battle tanks, as well as possibly 200,000 attendees and heightened security to match.
We are in Love Park in Philadelphia, and today we are just advocating. We are marching. No king in the United States, no king in our cities, no king in our states. We're advocating for the rights of our immigrant families.
Now, Trump has in fact brushed off the possibility of both disruptions with a social media post Saturday morning that said that the great military parade would be on rain or shine. The protests, he said earlier, will be met with very big force. Now, Israel carried out precision strikes on Iran the 13th of June. The use of precision-guided missiles in war zones is leading to new strategic approaches and tactical considerations for militaries worldwide. So let's take a look at how precision strikes are now defining modern warfare.
Israel has been preparing for this day for many years. Israel argued that Iran's nuclear and ballistic missile programs were an existential threat to itself. So on the 13th of June 2025, the Israel-Iran conflict stopped being a shadow war and it turned real. Israel carried out a massive attack in Iran. Codenamed Operation Rising Lion. The operation involved dozens of Israeli fighter jets targeting the country's nuclear facilities, ballistic missile sites, the residences of top generals and nuclear scientists.
Moments ago, Israel launched Operation Rising Lion, a targeted military operation to roll back the Iranian threat to Israel's very survival.
Israel sent Mossad commandos deep into Iran to destroy Iranian weapons system. The Mossad spy agency released rare footage of covert operations conducted inside Iran. Take a look. Under the cover of darkness, Mossad agents infiltrated central Iran. They gathered critical on-ground intel and helped neutralize radar systems and S-300 anti-aircraft batteries. With weapons and drones they smuggled in, enabling Israeli jets to enter Iranian airspace. The footage shows precision drone strikes on missile sites near Tehran. Israel says the mission allowed its air force to conduct more than 100 coordinated strikes using 200 aircraft. Israel's precision strike identified each man, tracked down the target and struck at his most vulnerable moment. Major General Hossein Salami, Commander-in-Chief of the Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps, or IRGC. Iranian media confirmed that he was killed at his fortified residence in Sharak Shahid Mahallati. A micro-drone infiltrated his study and detonated with surgical precision. General Mohammad Bagheri, Iran's armed forces chief of staff, the country's highest military position. Israeli military said Bagheri was eliminated at a temporary coordination hub in North Tehran. Israeli drones triangulated his position using cellular signal interception. Then a laser-guided munition did the rest. Feridun Abbasi Davani, former Atomic Energy Organization chief, he was targeted en route to a secure facility. A quadcopter drone, pre-programmed and GPS-locked, struck his vehicle and killed him. According to IDF, General Amir Ali Hajizadeh, commander of the IRGC Aerospace Force, was killed at Asfajabad after stepping out of a hardened bunker. A loitering munition hit his parked vehicle just as he approached. Israel says each target was the product of months of surveillance and a strike matrix that synchronized bombs with biometric certainty. Iran has long maintained that its nuclear program is for civilian purposes only. It has several facilities around Iran, some of which have been targeted in the Israeli strikes. One such is the Natanz nuclear complex. Natanz nuclear complex, Israel and the International Atomic Energy Agency confirmed the strikes at the Natanz nuclear site, which is around 250 kilometers from Tehran. Natanz is Iran's main uranium enrichment site. However, this isn't the first time precision strikes have been used. In 2020, Iranian General Qasem Soleimani was killed by a US drone attack. The general arrived at Baghdad International Airport on a flight from Syria early on the 3rd of January 2020. While he was leaving the airport with officials, their convoy was hit by missiles fired by a US drone. Soleimani died along with 9 other people in the precise strike near Baghdad airport in Iraq. Last year, in November 2024, a precision strike by Israel in the Lebanese capital, Beirut, resulted in the death of Mohammed Rashid Saqafi, the commander of Hezbollah's communications unit. In February 2025, the Israeli military eliminated Hamas's operations department head in the coastal Lebanese city of Sidon. According to the Israel Defense Forces, Mohammed Shaheen was eliminated as he started planning attacks directed and funded by Iran. And very recently, on the 13th of May this year, IDF struck an underground infrastructure beneath the European hospital in Gaza's Khan Yunis, in which Hamas chief Mohammed Sinwar was killed. It was a place where Sinwar was believed to be hiding. Later, IDF released a video showcasing the alleged underground hideout and how a precision strike was carried out. A day after the Israeli strikes, Iran retaliated with barrages of missiles. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps said it attacked dozens of targets in Israel. The Israeli military said most of the missiles were intercepted. Images from the city of Ramat Gan near Tel Aviv show blown-out buildings, destroyed vehicles, and streets strewn with debris. It is also reported that the United States may have quietly delivered hundreds of Hellfire missiles to Israel before its unprecedented attack on Iran. Weighing 45 kilograms, these missiles are developed for precision drone strikes. Reportedly, the US has possibly sent around 300 Hellfire missiles to Israel in a large-scale stock-up of supplies before its attack. Precision-guided weapons have diminished the importance of geographical barriers. They can penetrate deep into enemy territory, precisely target positions and assets, and cause minimal collateral damage to surrounding areas and civilians. These weapons are transforming the dynamics of modern military warfare.
On to breaking news coming in right this minute. Reports saying Donald Trump told Netanyahu that the US could strike Iran's Fordow nuclear site if needed. Reports saying President Trump recently told the Israeli Prime Minister that the US would consider striking Iran's underground Fordow nuclear facility if such a move would become necessary to prevent Tehran from acquiring a nuclear weapon. In fact, reports suggesting Trump conveyed this message to Netanyahu in phone calls over the past several weeks. Remember, Israel targeted the Fordow facility on Friday. However, the White House has officially denied that Trump is considering a US strike, stating that now is not the time to launch an attack on Iran. Now, the issue will be a critical one in the coming days and weeks as Israel continues its newly launched campaign on Iranian nuclear and military sites. In fact, Iran confirmed that the Fordow site sustained limited damage from the recent Israeli attacks. That's the latest coming in at this point. A crucial input coming in at this point as far as the situation in West Asia is concerned. We are telling you what reports are saying. In fact, reports saying that Donald Trump told Netanyahu that the US could strike Iran.
Transit. So if they close the Strait of Hormuz, it means the disruption of the world's energy transit.
We have two Americas. One is America that we call it state, and the other is Mr. Trump's America. There is many differences between the two Americas. Mr. Trump tried to put Iran on the table and tried to oblige Iran to put a sign on a blank paper for the future of the Iran, for the future of the nuclear program and something else. Iran refused, and Iran called it as a red line for that. So tomorrow, the world's supposed to see the accord signed between Iran and the United States in Oman, in Muscat. And Israel stopped that.
Other allies of Ukraine had already agreed to supply missiles that hit targets which are about 300 kilometers away from Ukraine. Now, the Taurus, which has been discussed since 2 years already, has a reach of maybe 500 kilometers. And to not supply it, as obviously is not going to happen, not to supply it to Ukraine, but to agree to help Ukraine to build it itself, is most of all a signal towards Russia. Look, we're going to do more. We're not shrinking back because you're continuing your war in Ukraine. Now, is this bringing peace, is your question. Who can answer that? Even Russia, I think, is not sure where in the end they will go. They have agreed with President Trump on negotiating, but they didn't enter negotiations. They had agreed on an armistice that then didn't implement it. So it is very difficult to know the strategy of Russia.
The Israelis have relatively enormous capabilities militarily, strongest military in the region, one of the strongest, best trained, best equipped militaries in the world. And the Iranians have quite a few ballistic missiles at their disposal. The estimate was that Iran had more than 3,000 ballistic missiles. Some of those were degraded last October. More of them were hit again by Israel at the start of this attack. But if they've still got a couple thousand ballistic missiles, so far they've only fired little more than 200 at Israel, and we're already seeing damage inside Israel. Iran can overwhelm Israel's Iron Dome and David Sling and their other defense systems, and can inflict heavy damage in Israel. Israel can apparently inflict unlimited damage inside Iran.
And a major diplomatic setback in West Asia, the much-awaited sixth round of nuclear talks between Iran and the United States, scheduled to take place this weekend in Muscat, being called off. Oman, which was mediating the sensitive dialogue, confirmed the news on Saturday. The Omani foreign minister took to X to say the Iran-US talks scheduled to be held in Muscat this Sunday will not take place now. He further added that diplomacy and dialogue remain the only pathway to lasting peace. In fact, it comes in a week of intensifying Israeli strikes on Iran. The strikes that have sparked fresh waves of escalation in an already fragile region. Tehran has made its position clear. It says talks are meaningless while US ally Israel continues to bombard the Islamic Republic. But Washington is still hoping for a breakthrough. According to reports, the US is still hoping to hold talks despite the cancellation. The Trump administration is keeping the door open, stressing that diplomacy is still on the table even as regional tensions threaten to unravel months of fragile back-channel negotiations. This is what the situation in West Asia has been looking like. We've been telling you also about the latest Israeli attack. All of these moves, remember, come with far-reaching implications for the region of West Asia, coming at a very critical point for the region where the tensions have been fast escalating. Remember, on Friday is when Iran had launched Operation Rising Lion. Israel had launched Operation Rising Lion, and then in retaliation to the Israeli attacks, Iran had launched what it called Operation True Promise 3. And look at the way things have panned out. Since those attacks that happened on part of Israel on Friday, we've also been telling you about the way things have panned out and the questions that are hanging in the air. For example, how far would the US be willing to go at this point? Also, is there still scope for diplomacy or not? We just told you that the US-Iran nuclear talks, for example, will not be taking place this Sunday, is what the mediator Oman, through its minister, has announced as well. All right, breaking news coming in right now. The IDF claims there are 15 nuclear bombs with Iran. The IDF has posted a video of Iran readying a nuclear bomb. IDF claiming that it could have 15 nuke weapons before Israel struck the country. IDF claiming that it had no choice but to operate to ensure the survival of the Israelis. That's the latest that's coming in at this point after Israel has carried out its latest attack. In fact, what is emerging and what the IDF is claiming right now is that there are 15 nuclear bombs with Iran. And not just that, the IDF has posted a video of Iran readying nuclear bomb as it claims, also claiming that it had no choice but to operate to ensure the survival of the Israelis. That's the larger message coming in from Israel as tensions continue to skyrocket in West Asia. Remember, all of these moves carry far-reaching implications, which is also played out for you what the experts had to say. For example, if we look at the way this region and what happens here directly impacts oil, energy, and these are very, at this point, these are very crucial developments because all of these moves have a global impact. So even the fact that the Iran-US nuclear talks have been called off is a very crucial development because that also then tells us that at this point, something that had emerged as a possibility that those talks could still take place, and those talks now falling apart as far as the Omani minister there declaring and confirming that the talks will not be taking place now. That's again a major setback as far as diplomacy is concerned. On to more breaking news coming in. The IDF spokesperson saying Iranian attack expected imminently. That's the word coming in now from Israel. The Home Front Command has now instructed residents throughout the country to remain in close proximity to the protected areas, and movement in the area should be reduced and large gatherings should be avoided. Upon receiving the warnings, Israelis are asked to enter the protected area and remain there until further official notice. So these are the fast evolving developments that we are getting to you just a short while after Israel carried out that attack. The IDF now saying that, the IDF spokesperson saying that the Iranian attack is expected imminently. The Home Front Command, in fact, now instructing residents throughout the country to remain in close proximity to the protected areas. All right, so in the latest, as per the information that's coming in, that's Iran carrying out the strikes on Israel. As of now, we are awaiting further details on that front. Now, this is coming in just moments after, like we said, the IDF had said, the IDF spokesperson had said that an Iranian attack is expected imminently. This, of course, coming in just a short while after Israel carried out that attack on Iran. So these are fast developing developments coming in at this point. Iran has started the retaliatory strikes against Israel at this point. All right, so the latest that's coming in at this point, Iran starting fresh strikes against Israel, and the Israeli military has said that it is attacking military targets in Iran's Tehran. That's the latest that's coming in a situation that is fast heading in a further escalatory direction. In fact, all over Israel, a state of emergency has been declared and sirens are activated. As per the latest, about 30 Iranian missiles penetrated Tel Aviv's airspace, and we have been getting you those images as well. We are aware at this point about the Iran strikes against Israel that have now started. Remember, just moments ago, we told you about how the IDF spokesperson has said that an attack on part of Iran is imminent, and just moments later, we are seeing out these strikes playing out. In fact, this is the fresh strikes that Iran is carrying out against Israel, and the Israeli military has said that it is attacking the military targets in Iran's Tehran. So that again is a very significant escalation as far as the targeting of targeting on part of Israel is concerned. All over Israel, in fact, a state of emergency has been declared and sirens are activated. The details that are now fast trickling in, about 30 Iranian missiles penetrated Tel Aviv's airspace, and we're also aware that air raid sirens have been sounded in Israel's Haifa. The Israeli military announcing that its air force is currently attacking military targets in Tehran in parallel with operations to intercept missiles launched from Iran. So that is what things are looking like at this point. In that fresh round of escalation taking place between Iran and Israel, millions of Israelis running to take shelter in northern Israel due to the projectile fire from Iran. And we've been getting you those images as well of those strikes as they are playing out. This is the fresh round of missile strikes that Iran is carrying out against Israel. And the Israeli military has said that it is attacking military targets in Iran's Tehran. We also know that the Israeli army is saying at this point that it is attacking targets in Tehran while trying to intercept Iranian missiles. And all over Israel, a state of emergency is declared, sirens activated. About 30 Iranian missiles penetrated Tel Aviv's airspace. That's the latest at this point. We are awaiting further details and updates. But we do also know that air raid sirens have been sounded in Israel's Haifa. And the Israeli military has announced that its air force is currently attacking military targets in Tehran. We are awaiting further details on that front as well. And they're saying that this is in parallel with those operations to intercept missiles launched from Iran. So those simultaneous measures and actions that are taking place. Millions of Israelis at this point running to take shelter in northern Israel due to the projectile fire from Iran. And these are fresh visuals that we are getting to you from on the ground. Fresh round of escalation that we're seeing between Iran and Israel. Remember, from the point that things escalated Friday onwards, remember Israel had launched Operation Rising Lion. Iran launched Operation True Promise 3 in retaliation against the Israeli targets, in retaliation against the Israeli strikes, beg your pardon. And now look at the way things have panned out and the escalation on the ground that's been witnessed in just a short span of time. This coming at a very crucial time as well, when there were expected Iran-US nuclear talks that were going to be taking place, and now they've also been cancelled. That's been confirmed, in fact, by the Omani minister there. Remember, Oman was mediating that sensitive dialogue. And now we're seeing, after the Israeli attack, a fresh round of missile strikes being carried out by Iran, and there are further details that have trickled in. In fact, after Iran started those missile strikes, remember, just a short while back, the IDF spokesperson also had said that an Iranian attack was imminent, and now we are seeing those images of Iran carrying out that fresh round of missile strikes against Israel. In fact, the Israeli military has said that it is attacking military targets in Iran's Tehran. That's the other significant takeaway as far as this fast evolving situation is concerned. The Israeli army also saying that it is attacking targets in Tehran while trying to intercept the Iranian missiles. And all over Israel at this point, a state of emergency is declared, sirens activated. About 30 Iranian missiles penetrated Tel Aviv's airspace is what we know at this point. We are awaiting further details. Air raid sirens also sounded in Israel's Haifa is what we are learning at this point. The Israeli military also has announced that its Air Force is currently attacking military targets in Tehran in parallel with those operations to intercept missiles launched from Iran. So those simultaneous moves that are being made. And we also know that millions of Israelis at this point are running to take shelter in northern Israel due to the projectile fire from Iran. right, so as we look at those images that are playing out of those strikes that are being carried out, we also getting you these inputs at this point of the Jordanian airspace that's temporarily closed until further notice. That's the latest coming in. Remember, what we are seeing playing out comes with immediate implications and repercussions. At this point, Israel says striking Tehran, operating to intercept missiles from Iran, and the Israeli military said that it is carrying out airstrikes in Tehran while simultaneously working to intercept missiles launched from Iran towards Israel.
All right, so if you're just joining us, this is the second night of the Iranian ballistic missile reprisal. And what you're looking at are these images that have been posted by the Israeli Defense Force. They say that these are the Iranian ballistic missiles that are flying over the Israeli air skies. We need to look at as to what the scale of this Iranian missile attack actually is like. Because remember, this is the third straight night of hostilities between Iran and Israel, and it does not look like things are going to come under control anytime soon. And earlier we also witnessed as to how the Israelis had carried out several strikes on what they described were underground missile facilities that belonged to Iran. All right, now joining us on the broadcast, we've got Dr. John Blaxland, who is the director of ANU North America Liaison Office and also a professor of international security and intelligence studies at the SDSC. Now, Professor Blaxland, thank you very much indeed for joining us in this broadcast. As we speak, there is breaking news, Professor, that's come in, which says that Iranian missiles have again been spotted over the cities of Haifa and Jerusalem. Considering that this is the third straight night of hostilities, where do you expect this conflict to be headed?
Yeah, thanks for having me on. And this is certainly going to present a massive challenge for the Israeli Defense Force, but it is one that I think they have been anticipating for some time. They know that the Iranians have a substantial stockpile of ballistic missiles. They have been striking at them. And I think what we're seeing is actually, while the Israelis have been talking about their first few days of operations and the success of using drones and of their special forces and of catching Iranian officials by surprise, it's not over. There's more to go. In fact, if anything, I think we're only at the early stages of a war that can go on for several weeks, if not months. We need to put it in context of what's been happening now, arguably for 40 years, but particularly for the last couple of years, going back to the events since October 7th, when we have seen the proxies for Iran, one by one, being whittled back and broken by Israeli Defense Force capabilities. This is now kind of the last main capability the Iranians can deploy against Israel. The question is, how many more of these do they have?
That's an interesting and an important point that you've made. And just to update our viewers, information that is coming in, and this is what the Iranians are now claiming, that they've managed to hit the targets that they wanted in Haifa. This is what the Iranian state media is now claiming. We saw a little while back the Iranian ballistic missiles flying over the Israeli skies, and now the Iranians claim that they've hit their target in Haifa. We need to wait for an Israeli statement on what's in fact been hit in the city of Haifa at this moment. Now, Dr. Blackson, the fact that earlier, a little while back, about a couple of hours ago, there were reports which stated that the Israelis had targeted a certain oil and gas facility within Iran. This is the first time in this war since the hostilities broke out 3 days ago that what would be described as critical infrastructure has been struck. In your assessment, this war, which started off by striking at each other's military facilities and into civilian areas, will it now, essentially it is now headed into a territory where striking each other's critical infrastructure is fair game?
Well, evidently that's been the case now for a couple of days. There's no question that what Israel did to Iran over the last few days has significantly set back the Iranian capabilities, but they've been wound back now for some time. The effective crippling of Hezbollah, the attacks against Yemen, the sidelining of the threat from Syria by removing Bashar al-Assad, and the continuing grinding down of Hamas in the in Gaza Strip, means that we're facing a situation where the Iranians' capabilities are significantly degraded. They don't have too many options left except this kind of attack. And the question is now, how much of this do they have to throw at Israel? Because Israel hasn't stopped. This is the thing. There's more yet to come, I believe, from Israel in terms of the degradation of critical military-related, nuclear-related infrastructure in Iran. And clearly additional, petrochemical facilities as well, by the sounds of it.
That's going to be a very crucial thing to, in fact, look out for. Do continue to stay on with this, Professor Blackson. Let's, in fact, look at those images again, very dramatic ones, of these Iranian ballistic missile attacks. Remember, yesterday night, when the Iranians carried out these ballistic missile strikes on the state of Israel, it was an unprecedented attack. Never in the history of Israel, in the 70 years that it has been in existence, was a city such as Tel Aviv struck in the manner as what in fact transpired yesterday night. In the previous instances, in last year when in April and then again in October, the Iranians had staged their ballistic missile attacks, they had predominantly struck only the Israeli air bases and other military infrastructure. But this time round, yesterday, what the Iranians demonstrated is that they can strike right in the heart of Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. And this evening, we're getting to hear information that the Iranians have also staged attacks on Haifa as well. looks like over the skies of Haifa. Let's in fact get you some breaking updates that have just come in, where Haifa is under attack from Iranian ballistic missiles. And from the looks of it, it does look like a pretty large attack that the Iranians have again carried out. These are images that have been posted by the IRNA state agency. This is an Iranian state media agency. And the Iranian missiles were seen over Haifa in northern Israel. The Iran state television has said that the Iranian missiles and drones have hit certain military targets in Israel. So these are some images that the IDF has also posted about the same missile attack. We need to still wait and watch as to what in fact has been hit by the Iranians. And we have with us Professor Blaxland on our broadcast. Professor, we were talking about, how this war looks like it is in its initial phases. And you were telling us as to how the Israelis, over the course of the last 20-odd months, ever since that crisis, that war broke out in the Gaza Strip, has been degrading the proxies that Iran has had. Hamas, Hezbollah, and even in Syria, with the ouster of Bashar al-Assad, one of the allies that Iran had in that region does not exist anymore. And now the state of Israel is in a direct confrontation with Iran. Now, the capabilities of Iran are very different from the capabilities of any of the proxies that it had been arming before. This is a nation which has a sophisticated bunch of these missiles in its disposal, which it is using at this moment. So when Netanyahu started this Operation Rising Lion, do you think you'd have taken into account the scale of the destruction these Iranian missiles could actually wreak on the cities within Israel? Because looking at what transpired in Tel Aviv yesterday, those were some unprecedented images. How much pain do you think the Israelis can in fact take, considering this is going to be a long, drawn-out war?
Yeah, so that's a good question. The pain tolerance from the Israelis has been remarkable, actually, so far. And the bottom line is that they don't really have too much of an option here. The Iranians have been declaring that their mission is to see Israel destroyed, and that's been the case for decades, and it has resounded to this day. And the nuclear technology efforts that they have invested in recent years have been declaratory in terms of being focused on Israel. So Israel has an understandable, deep-seated fear about letting Iran proceed. So I guess there's a point here at which there's the trade-off. How much pain do you tolerate in order to preclude an even worse fate from happening? And I think that's probably the equation the Israeli government has come to, that they needed to act. I think it's really interesting to reflect for a moment here on the fact that Iran has been getting a lot of support behind the scenes from China and Russia. This isn't broadly talked about very much, but there is a real concern that this could actually spread. We know the United States has been actively supporting Israel. The United States has been actively talking about the need for Iran to change paths, and over the years has been associated with campaigns to see a government change in Iran itself. So the stakes are getting higher for everybody, for Israel, for Iran, but also for its main allies, both our main allies, China and Russia, and of course the United States for Israel. In the mix, of course, is the situation in Yemen, which, despite America's best efforts in recent months of trying to degrade and decapitate Houthi leadership and their missile stockpiles,
right,
they evidently are still firing missiles from Yemen towards Israel. That's been happening in the last few days, apparently. So this presents a significant challenge for Israel that it cannot really realistically in the long run handle without the United States support. So the question now is, how much does China and Russia want to back up Iran over its position, mindful that Iran has been very supportive of Russia, particularly with the supply of drones that have been devastating in their effectiveness against Ukraine.
I think that's a very crucial point that you've raised there, considering the manner in which geopolitics is not just about one thing, but has many different aspects to it. You mentioned about the Houthis in Yemen, and information that has just come in, where the Israeli media now says that the Israeli military recently attacked Yemen, attempting to assassinate a senior Houthi figure. This of course, is the information that has just come in, and talking about how the Iranians could, of course, be getting some amount of assistance from the Chinese and also most definitely from the Russians. Do you think the United States and Israel have missed an opportunity here? Because the Iranians were in negotiations, in direct talks with the Americans. The Iranians wanted to strike a deal. They said they were negotiating in good faith. But then on day 61 of an ultimatum that was given by Donald Trump, the Israelis staged Operation Rising Lion. You know, the key negotiator of the Iranians has now been killed in a decapitation attack by the Israelis. So the Iranians are now turning around and saying that perhaps the Americans were never negotiating in any good faith. With that being the case, do you think this is now pushing Iran much more into the side of the Chinese and the Russians, where these two bigger powers can actually use the Iranians to hurt American interests and Israeli interests in the Middle East?
So, firstly, there's never been much good faith to share around in this context at all. And the question about what can happen from here, Iran has already been benefiting from the support from Russia and China. And so, you know, the ability to basically support each other in terms of sales of oil and other goods that are, you know, on trading ban lists internationally, Iran and Russia and China have kind of been scratching each other's back that way, helping out facilitate circumventing Western sanctions. So that's not going to change, I don't think, anytime soon. Whether it's going to be accelerated, let's not forget Russia's got some limitations at the moment. It's seeking to focus on a major offensive to try and convince the West that it's winning in Ukraine, because we know it's not. And China, of course, it's been actively supporting Russia, even though it claims it's not, but we know that it's supplying key precursor materials for many of the weapons and all the systems that it operates, and it's been helping Russia to circumvent many of the Western sanctions. So there's already a lot of collusion, a lot of collaboration. You know, we're seeing war on so many fronts.
Right.
It's in Ukraine, it's in Gaza, it's in Iran, it's in Yemen, and it's, you know, there's threat of war on the eastern end of the Eurasian landmass. It's, you know, back in the day, we used to say world wars were declared. You know, you'd have presidents and prime ministers declaring the day. It was September the, you know, whatever,
right.
Or the, you know, they'd get on the radio and they declare war. What is this? You know, how would you describe what we're seeing now? This is pretty catastrophic. And the question is, how much this can be contained. Now, there's no question Saudi Arabia, the Arab state, the Gulf states will be very eager to see this contained, and they'll be looking to make sure that this doesn't blow out and blow into their turf. And of course, we know, we've heard reports that, you know, Jordan has been instrumental in facilitating the shooting down of some missiles. Whether that's continuing or not, who knows? There's enormous competing pressures for influence and for support for either side now. It's getting very complicated. Absolutely. And clearly it's not going away.
Absolutely, it's not going away anytime soon. Do continue to stay on with us, Dr. Blackson. Meanwhile, you know, there are reports within the Israeli media which say that the Israeli military had recently attacked Yemen, attempting to assassinate a senior Houthi figure. The Israeli media reports the assassination of Abdul Malik al-Houthi, the leader of Yemen's Ansar Allah movement. This is a big breaking development where there has been an attempt by the Israelis to try and assassinate the leader of the Houthis, Abdul Malik al-Houthi, the leader of Yemen's Ansar Allah movement. We need to see as to what in fact has transpired in this attack which is being reported by the Israeli media at this moment as we speak. And apart from this, the Iranians have also come out and put out an interesting statement where they have said that it intends to limit cooperation with the IAEA amidst the Israeli strikes, where Iran has said on Saturday that it would be limiting its cooperation with the United Nations and nuclear watchdog, while criticizing it for its silence over Israeli strikes on Iranian nuclear sites. This is the statement that the Iranians have put out, and I quote them here: "It makes no sense that these peaceful sites come under attack and that the agency remains silent." This is what the Iranian Deputy Foreign Minister Qasem Gharibabadi has said. Iran will no longer cooperate with the agency as it once did. This is an interesting point that the Iranians are making. Dr. Blackton, the fact that the war, which is now quite clearly a hot war, has also witnessed the Israelis strike at Iran's nuclear facilities. But an interesting aspect of this is this. Former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak, in a public statement very recently, has said that there is nothing that the Israelis can actually do that will halt the march of Iranians towards nuclearization. In your assessment, is Ehud Barak saying this only because he's a leader of the opposition, or do you think there is something that the Israeli leader is indicating here?
I think Ehud Barak is basically correct. The only way that you will stop Iran from developing a nuclear weapon is regime change. That would be to revert to a Western-friendly regime, which they had prior to 1979. And look, there are anecdotal indications that there is considerable resentment at the Islamic State, the Islamic regime, and that the Ayatollah is facing considerable pressure. So, the question is, does this assault against Iran bolster the prospects of the anti-establishment reactionaries, if you like, or the people looking to overthrow the Islamic Republic, whether they are given strength by this or whether their position is weakened.
Right.
Generally, historically, in a conflict, if an external power attacks the government can then use that to rally troops in defense of the sense of nationhood and identity. But of course, Iran is an unusual case because it is so torn. It has got an enormous, secular rump and a part of the society that kind of yearns for yesteryear. And then there's the resistant stronghold, very much controlled by the military and the Islamic regime authorities, that wants to hold on to power and damn the torpedoes, so to speak, effectively spend money that they could have been spending on welfare, health and education, and on prosperity for their people, on supporting the Houthis, supporting Hezbollah, supporting Hamas, and now raining missiles on Israel. So this is a, arguably, when we're talking about the scale of terror, if you like, Iran is right up there in terms of being a rogue state. There's people, surprisingly, people who are still saying Iran is defensible, Iran's position is defensible. And if you're an Iranian in the regime, of course, you're going to defend what they're doing, because they are seeing, it's very much an ideological fight. But the Sunni world is looking on. They don't want to buy in on this. A lot of them were prepared to sign up to the Abraham Accords until Hamas attacked across the line on October 7th, and so Iran is a little bit of a pariah here. Iran, of course, has got support in Qatar and elsewhere, but essentially much of the Middle Eastern world is looking on askance, kind of they don't mind the fact that Israel's being punished, but they know that Israel is remarkably resilient, and they know that it's not Israeli heads of science departments and heads of special forces that are being assassinated. It's Iranian ones. So the Israelis clearly have the upper hand here, and yes, the Iranians can probably continue a couple more waves of ballistic missiles. Iron Dome will continue to knock out most of that. But in the meantime, the Israeli Defense Force, with their F-35s, with their special forces and their drone capability, the combination of cutting-edge technology is seeing them continue to whittle away at Iranian capabilities.
I think that's an important point that you're making, because there is simply no match in the military capabilities of the two sides here. The Israelis have some of the most top-notch weapons that they have, and the Americans have also been very generous in the weapons that they have. This is what Donald Trump, in fact, alluded to, that America makes some of the best weapons anywhere in the world, and it had given that to the Israelis that were used to great effect by the Israelis when they carried out Operation Rising Lion. The Iranians, on the other hand, have shown an interesting sort of a strategy of using these cheap drones, of probably using these ballistic missiles that they manufacture at a much lower cost than a lot of other nations would. And they're using them to try strike at some damage. It remains to be seen as to how this entire contest goes on. But we're completely out of time. Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Blaxland, for joining us with that perspective there.
Thanks for having me on the program.
All right, let's now get you some breaking news that's just come in, where a short while ago, the Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu held a security cabinet meeting. These are the images of Benjamin Netanyahu with his Defense Minister Israel Katz and the other Israeli military leadership all huddled together while the Iranians were staging that missile strike over the Israeli skies. These are images from just a little while back. And also in the interim, there are more reports where the Israeli police are now saying that several reports of explosions, but there are no confirmations of any casualties so far because of this rocket and missile attack that has now taken place. And the Israeli military now says that the public is permitted to leave their protected spaces in all areas across the state of Israel. And it does appear that the Iranian ballistic missile attack is effectively over. And the Israeli police is saying that there were reports of explosions that were witnessed in the northern part of Israel, but there are no confirmations of any casualties yet. The Israeli Fire Service says that housing has been hit in some places after Iranian ballistic missiles were fired, where the Iranian firefighting services said that residential buildings were hit and a fire was started in the country's coastal and northern districts after Iran launched a new barrage of missiles. There are several incidents that have been reported to the Israeli Fire and Rescue Services Command Center in the coastal and the northern districts, with its hits on residential buildings and also a fire in an open area. So this is the latest bit of information that is coming in. There are reports of a fire at the Haifa refinery. This, remember, is a very critical part of Israeli critical infrastructure. The Israelis a few hours back had struck an oil refinery in Iran, and the Iranians within a span of hours have hit back at the oil refinery in Haifa. And there are also reports of residential housing that have been damaged. At this moment, casualties have not yet been reported. This is a significant tit-for-tat response by the Iranians, and it now remains to be seen as to what the extent of the damage is going to be. Because remember, qualitatively speaking, something very different was hit today. The Iranians had their oil facilities, and the Israelis have targeted oil facilities of the oil refining facilities of the Iranians. And now the Iranians have hit back precisely at an oil refining facility in Haifa. And Jordan, for now, has suspended its airspace again until further notice amidst the Israel-Iran tensions. This is what Jordan has now said. And All right, so that is the scale of the Iranian ballistic missile strike. And also there are some more interesting details that are coming in where it is now being reported that medics are responding to reports of injuries in a missile impact in the northern city of Tamra, east of Haifa. And now it remains to be seen as to what exactly is the scale of the damage that has been done. Because remember, the Iranians and the Israelis have been having a go at each other, striking at each other's critical infrastructure. There are also reports of explosions that have been reported in Tehran amidst ongoing exchanges between Iran and Israel. So it's interesting as to how things will, of course, progress from here, but we need to wait and watch, because the Iranian response to the Israelis striking at an oil and gas refining facility in Iran has been absolutely immediate. In a matter of 3 to 4 hours, what we have witnessed is that the Iranians have hit back at the oil and gas refining facility, a very large one, in the northern city of Haifa. What is the scale of damage? That is something that needs to be ascertained. And also in some breaking news that has just come in, Iran has said that the Shahran oil depot was targeted in the Israeli attack, and situation at this moment is under control. This of course is the latest bit of information where Iran is now admitting that the Shahran oil depot was targeted in the Israeli attack, and the situation, although they claim, is under control. This is bound to do one thing. It'll send the price of crude oil through the roof. The minute either of the two nations were to start, especially the Israelis striking at Iran's oil and gas facilities, this is going to have a ripple effect in terms of what it will do to the price of Brent crude when the markets open. And remember, this is just the beginning of this war. This does look like a long, drawn-out contest. The Israeli Prime Minister has made it abundantly clear that his intention is nothing less than a regime change. He's also made it clear that he's got the backing of the American President Donald Trump, who so far had been reluctant in showing his hand of his level of involvement in Operation Rising Lion. But now it's abundantly clear that Israel and America are hand in glove, and they are carrying out these attacks, if not with incomplete coordination, then at least the Israelis are doing it with the blessings of the Americans who've been backing them with weapons and other diplomatic support. But for now, though, these are the latest visuals of Iranian ballistic missiles over Israeli skies.
מה זה? מה זה? אלוהים ישמור.
הצילו, תתן לי לפחד. אבל איזה פחד אלוקים. הם נופלים על הרצפה.
נופל ב100%. השחתיכות של הטילים.
Right, so these are some very dramatic scenes that we are seeing unfold of the Iranian ballistic missiles flying over the Israeli airspace. Haifa is one of the cities that has been hit, and what has been hit in Haifa is the oil and gas processing facility, a very large one in the state of Israel, which has sustained some damage. Meanwhile, there are also reports that the Syrian airspace, interestingly, has now been temporarily shut off for civil aviation until Sunday morning. Similar reports which state that Jordan has also suspended its airspace again until further notice. This is what has been reported by the Jordanian state news agency. So both Syria and Jordan, nations from over which the Israelis will have to fly their fighter jets if they need to try and attack parts of western Iran have now closed their airspace. We've not heard yet from the Iraqis. Iraqis, remember, would be much more amenable to requests from Iran, while Jordan and Syria at this moment seem to be. Jordan, of course, is a close ally of the United States of America, so it's very friendly with the Israelis. It has normalized its relations with the Israelis. Syria, too, is looking to curry favors with the Americans under their new president, Jalani, and therefore would be more amenable to the Israelis using their airspace, unlike what would have happened during the time of Bashar al-Assad just last year. So these are some very interesting times that we live in. These are some dangerous times that we live in. And what is unfolding at this moment is that there is a clear escalation of attack and counter-attack. And the fact that the Jordanians and the Syrians have now shut down their airspace until further notice, at least until tomorrow morning, means only one thing, that this round of attack and counter-attack is not over yet. The Iranians have staged their ballistic missile strikes. Some pretty impressive fireworks is what the Iranians have now put forth. It is now going to be incumbent upon the Israelis to react. A few hours ago, the Israelis had claimed that they had attacked an Iranian oil and gas facility. That, of course, was an important oil and gas refining facility for the Iranians. And the Iranians have hit back in a tit-for-tat manner, striking the oil and gas refining facility in Haifa, one of the biggest such facilities in the state of Israel. Some very quick developments happening all in the span of the last 15-20 minutes. And this is what the skies looked like as the Iranian ballistic missiles flew over Haifa. And for anyone who is looking for the level of American involvement and what role the Americans could, of course, play, just look at the scale of what the Americans are now stating is their intention, where the IAEA has said that there is no damage that has been sustained at Iran's Fordo and the Kondab nuclear sites. Fordo is an important nuclear facility of the Iranians that is buried half a kilometer underground. It's really, really hard to get to Fordo. The United States is the country that has these 30,000-pound bunker-busting bombs. The Israelis don't have those bunker-busting bombs, and for them to get to this Fordo nuclear facility, they need the active involvement of the Americans in staging a bombing of those nuclear facilities, and the Americans are now stating that they intend to hit the nuclear facility in Fordo. Meanwhile, these are some very dramatic images that are coming from Tehran oil field. This is what the Israelis, remember, had just earlier stated, the Iranians had earlier stated, was one of their oil facilities that has been bombed. These are images that the Israeli war room, interestingly, are sharing. Just goes to show the amount of intelligence gathering that the Israelis perhaps have managed to infiltrate inside of Iran, that they're able to get these images shot of a oil facility inside Iran that has been bombed by the Israelis. All right, so these are some very dramatic images that are coming in from the Tehran oil field from inside of Iran. And what is interesting is that it is the Israelis who are putting out these images. The Iranians, in an earlier statement, had said that the Tehran oil field had been hit. Now, for a moment, pause and imagine what this is going to do to the price of oil. And the fact that 20% of the global oil supplies flow through that narrow stretch of water of the Persian Gulf, and the Iranians effectively control access to that. If the Israelis continue striking at these oil fields of the Iranians, Iran will turn around and say that there is more that the Iranians can actually do in terms of drying off the supplies of oil, which will make the price of oil go through the roof. Imagine for a moment the impact this is likely to have on the price of crude oil, because at this moment, the price of crude oil, despite the fact that the Israelis have been continuously and relentlessly bombing the Gaza Strip, the Arab friends of the United States of America had always ensured that the price of oil would not go up. But the Iranians have it in them to in fact make the price of oil go up substantially. The price of crude, one expects, will jump up dramatically in the next 24 to 48 hours.
מה זה?
זה פגיעות למטה.
These, as they say, are unprecedented times. Never in the last 7 decades since Israel was brought into existence have we witnessed scenes such as this of ballistic missiles flying over the Israeli airspace. And we were talking a little about what the price of oil would in fact be, because in just the last 24 hours, the price of crude has gone up by 7%. And the aftermath of these attacks that the Israelis have carried out first on the oil and gas refining facilities in Iran and the Iranians striking back at Haifa, you can expect the price of oil to jump up much more substantially. In a span of 24 hours, the price of Brent crude futures has gone up by about $4.87, that's 7.02%, to settle at $74.23 per barrel. This is what Brent crude is. And if these hostilities continue, one must not be surprised if the price of Brent crude were to go well over $100 mark, or maybe $150 mark, and that would plummet the world's economy and push it into a pretty dark space. We need to wait and watch out for, because this is not going to be a war whose impact will be limited on Iran or the state of Israel or the region at large. This is a war that will have global ramifications, and one can of course expect that the Chinese will have something to say about this. The Russians, who have a lot of interest in Iran, will obviously also have something to say about this. But for now though, the Israelis are going full steam ahead with their Operation Rising Lion, and the Israeli Prime Minister has made it abundantly clear that what he wants to do is to bring about a regime change. These are some dramatic scenes from the Tehran oil field from inside of Iran, and it is the Israelis who are sharing these images of the attack that they have staged inside the Iranian oil field. All right, let's now give you some breaking news that's just come in, where the United Nations nuclear watchdog has said that there's no damage that's been witnessed at Iran's Fordo fuel enrichment plant. This, despite the fact that the Israelis have been going hammer and tongs in trying to knock down the Iranian nuclear facilities. But remember, Iran's nuclear enrichment sites in Fordo are really deep under the earth. They say it's almost half a kilometer inside the earth, and there's no way the Israelis, with the weapon systems that they have, will be able to touch any of that. And this is what the IAEA has also now confirmed. The Fordo fuel enrichment facility or the Kondab heavy water reactor that is under construction have not been affected at all, despite the Israelis repeatedly bombing these Iranian facilities. Israel, remember, previously had denied reports that it had struck Fordo. The International Atomic Energy Agency has added that no further damage has been observed at Natanz, which is the site of one of the nuclear targets that was struck on Friday by the Israeli forces. Earlier, the IAEA had said that Iran's nuclear regulatory authority had informed it of no change in off-site radiation levels in Isfahan. Another nuclear site that was targeted by Israel in an air offensive. The IAEA has also said that 4 critical buildings at the Isfahan nuclear site had been damaged, including a uranium conversion facility and a fuel plate fabrication plant. As in Natanz, there is no increase in off-site radiation that is expected. This is what the agency has posted. But what is interesting is this. The Americans are now saying that they could get involved in bombing the enrichment facility in Fordo. And the Americans definitely have with them the 30,000-pound bombs, bunker-busting bombs, that can actually penetrate deep underground to inflict some damage. All right, now there is more information that's coming in terms of breaking news in the ballistic missile strikes that the Iranians have carried out. The figures of casualties are now out. These are preliminary numbers that are being put out by the Israelis. An Iranian ballistic missile struck a 2-storied home in the northern city of Tamra, east of Haifa, killing 1 woman and injuring at least 14 others. This is according to the first responders. And Israel's emergency services have said that an Iranian missile hit on a home in the country's Haifa region, and this left 14 people injured, including 1 in a critical condition. And teams have now reported about 14 casualties at a 2-storied home in the western part of Galilee, including 1 in the critical condition and the rest with varying levels of injury. Israel's Magen David Adom agency has said in a statement. All right, now joining us over the phone line, we've got our correspondent Susan Tehran, who's joining us from New York. Susan, we heard that Donald Trump had a phone call with the Russian President Vladimir Putin, where the two leaders talked extensively about this escalating, attacks between Israel and Iran. Give us a sense of what in fact transpired in the course of that phone call, and what did Donald Trump say about the possibility of trying to get an off-ramp to bring down the tensions between Iran and Israel?
So a roughly 50 to 6-minute call described as being very cordial and constructive. Putin wished Donald Trump a happy 79th birthday. It's the president's birthday today. Both leaders agreed that this war in Israel-Iran should end. This is according to President Trump. Putin strongly condemned Israel's strikes on Iran, warning of dangerous escalation. We heard similar sentiments from Russian ambassador to the UN yesterday at the Security Council. Trump acknowledged the strike's effectiveness, but shared concerns, saying that they are very alarming. Ukraine war was discussed. Trump pressed Putin for his war in Ukraine to end soon and called for follow-up talks next week. They also talked about an ongoing prisoner exchange between Russia and Ukraine. Putin offered Russia as a mediator and expressed willingness to revive U.S.-Iran nuclear talks, likely in Oman. Steve Witkoff, we know Trump's envoy, had been preparing for these nuclear negotiations before it was postponed due to these strikes, and Iran said that, it's not justifiable to go and sit at the negotiating table with the United States. So a lot to unpack during that call. But it's very important that Putin called President Trump. One has to wonder whether or not Iran insisted that Russia call Iran, hoping, some sort of halt to these strikes could possibly happen.
All right. Interesting. Now, one of the other aspects I want you to weigh in on, Susan, is the statement that was given by the Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu. He said that he wished President Donald Trump a happy birthday. He called the American president a man with a very clear vision. And he also went on to state such things that the Israeli leaders always state, that the friend of America is the friend of Israel, the enemy of America is an enemy of Israel. But Netanyahu also mentioned something very interesting. He said that the leadership of the Ayatollah regime is packing its bags and is planning to leave Tehran, clearly indicating that the Israeli objective at this moment is a regime change in Iran. To what extent do you think this is an idea that the Israelis under Netanyahu would be able to sell to Donald Trump?
Wow, that's a really interesting question. I mean, the fact that Israel has been very vocal in the past 24 hours about this sort of messaging that your leadership is weak right now, go to the street, we are not against the Iranian people, we are against the Iranian regime. And interestingly, you see those sentiments coming out of Iran as well. You don't see Iranians outside around the world hanging out around Israeli embassies or offices or whatnot and protesting this strike, the way that you would see with other countries possibly that has happened before. So that's a very telling statement. How much intelligence has that this may be a possibility, that this is possibly the underlying goal ultimately? We can't really, everyone can predict, but no one wants to say it out loud at this point until we figure out what happened with these strikes. But, if there is some kind of agreement, I mean, the United States has not been shy in assisting regime change in different countries. So I can only wonder if this will be any different, and especially if America's national security interests are at risk. And Fordo doesn't really come under control, then I think, all bets are off and all options are on the table, as the Americans like to say.
Right. All options, including the military option, which the Americans would want to exercise. Now, speaking of Fordo, what's interesting, Susan, is that the IAEA in its assessment has said that despite the Israeli strikes on the Fordo nuclear facility of the Iranians, it has sustained pretty much no damage whatsoever, either at Fordo or at Khandab. And now it is being said that perhaps the Americans could be more open to striking the Fordo nuclear facility. What are you picking up at your end on these reports?
Yeah, I saw some of those reports. They're very unverified whether or not the United States would get involved. Some are saying that the Israelis have already officially asked the United States. Listen, Donald Trump, for one thing, does not want this to be America's war. The American people have no appetite for a prolonged war. Democrat, Republican, isolationist, globalist, no one wants to get involved in a mess in the Middle East. Now, the off-ramp here, as we like to say, and perhaps the possibility that Iran may get involved, is if somehow, even if it's in a crossfire, American troops' lives are at risk, there is a danger, some kind of attack on American assets and interests in the region hit from Iran, then the United States has already said that. They said that they're going to go ahead and enter the war because it's Americans' lives that are at risk. At this point, it's very unlikely that Donald Trump would just start, having planes take off and go to Fordo and use its bunker busters in the Middle East region, especially for Iran. We do know those bunker busters that Israel talks about and wants. They're not in the Middle East right now. They are in military bases inside the United States. So the Pentagon hasn't made that decision yet.
That's interesting, because you need those big 30,000-pound bunker busters that the Israelis don't have with them, but the Americans have. And this is what the Israelis at this moment want to try and strike at Fordo if they want to be successful. And my quick final question to you at this moment is this. The fact that the Russian president, in fact, spoke with the American president about, the hostilities that have broken out in the Middle East. This clearly shows that there are other world powers that are also looking at this war with a great amount of interest. China, for instance, has condemned the Israeli Operation Rising Lion, saying that this is clearly a violation of international law. This was an act of aggression that infringed upon Iran's sovereignty. To what extent do you think the American president would be willing to take into consideration the pressure that could come from Moscow and Beijing for an off-ramp with respect to Iran?
The question is whether or not Moscow and Beijing, who have had economic interests with Iran in the past, would even stand by Iran if really push comes to shove and they have to choose between the economic consequences and the geopolitical consequences with the United States to defend Iran to that extent or not. Traditionally, historically, Russia has definitely never done that. It changes sides all the time. And with the peculiar situation with the tariffs that China is in, although it's economic beneficial for it to, have the Islamic Republic in power and take their side, and maybe, once in a while veto some Security Council resolutions, it's hard to imagine that the United States and these countries would stand against each other to fight over Iran.
That does look like, if you look at the track record, that could be the pattern in which these countries may behave. Thank you very much, Susan Tehrani, for joining us with all those updates. Let's again look at these very dramatic images that have again come in from over the skies of Israel. Unprecedented. Not in the 7 decades of the Israeli existence have we witnessed Iranian ballistic missiles or the missiles of any other nation flying over the skies of Israel in this manner. Let's take a look.
So for the benefit of our viewers who might just be tuning in, what we are seeing right now is a further escalation from what we witnessed just a couple of hours ago. Remember, it all started on Friday where Israel launched Operation Rising Lion, and in response to which, in retaliation for which, Iran had launched Operation True Promise 3, and things have gone way ahead from that point onwards in the escalatory direction, to say the least. In fact, what we're seeing playing out right now, let's just apprise you of what these images are telling us. This is Iran's 5th missile barrage in 24 hours. That in itself tells you just how precarious, just how crucial these images and the situation at this point really is. Let's also tell you about some breaking news that's coming in right this minute as we continue to monitor those images coming in from on the ground, and as the Israel-Iran tensions skyrocket. In a post on X, the defense minister of Israel has said Tehran is burning. So that's the word coming in from the defense minister of Israel as we look at the strikes and counter-strikes that have panned out between Iran and Israel. One thing is clear right now, that this is West Asia standing on the brink of a further escalatory, dangerous phase. At this point, we are also getting inputs of the kind of impact that has been observed. Remember, some of these details would be only initial because some of these strikes are being witnessed as of now. But we do know about the strikes that have been witnessed just a short while back. Let's just apprise you of the inputs that have been trickling in. Remember, things have changed and how in just a matter of minutes. So these are fast developing situations at this point. And as we keep a close eye on the inputs trickling in with each passing minute, we also understand that Iran's oil ministry has said that the Israeli strikes targeted 2 fuel depots in Tehran. So that in itself tells you of the scale at which these attacks are taking place and the kind of targets that are being chosen. Remember, earlier Israel also talked about the military targets in Tehran. In fact, Israel was targeting those military targets in Tehran as well. We also understand that the first responders, according to them, 14 people have been injured by the Iranian missile hit on Israeli home. Israel's emergency services saying that an Iranian missile hit a home in the country's Haifa region, leaving 14 people injured. As of now, that's just a part of the developing details that are trickling in at this point. We also understand that the Syrian airspace is temporarily closed to civil aviation until Sunday morning, that's June 15. Remember, at this point, given what the region is witnessing, each passing hour, all of these developments have far-reaching implications, be it oil, be it the airspace closures that we have also been tracking very closely. So in the latest, we also understand that the Syrian airspace is temporarily closed to civil aviation until Sunday morning, that's June 15. And we also have been getting in reports of a fire at the Haifa refinery and a residential housing being damaged. As of now, on that front, as far as that specific incident is concerned, no casualties reported. Israel Fire Service saying the housing hit after Iran fired missiles and that the residential buildings were hit. The fire started in the country's coastal and northern districts after Iran launched that new barrage of missiles. And the sentiment, the statement coming in from both the sides, we've been telling you about the kind of strong warnings, the kind of strong messaging that the two sides have been putting out. Earlier as well, Iran maintaining that Operation True Promise 3 is just the beginning, and Israel, on the other hand, also reiterating that Operation Rising Lion is also going to be continuing. So both sides remaining firm, not backing down, and this is Iran's 5th missile barrage in 24 hours. All of these developments further pushing West Asia overall onto a dangerous phase. And in the latest, Iran's latest strikes on Israel leading to widespread destruction. Various apartments and residential streets hit after that fresh series of attacks. One of the worst impacted areas that came under direct hit of the Iranian missiles is the city of Ramat Gan, with blown out buildings, destroyed vehicles, and streets strewn with debris. Ramat Gan, let's tell you, is a city in the Tel Aviv district of Israel. It's located east of the municipality of Tel Aviv and is part of the Gush Dan metropolitan area. And it's home to a diamond exchange district, Sheba Medical Center, many high-tech industries. Just to give you a sense of the composition of that area. And air raid sirens sounded across Israel earlier as the authorities had urged the public to take shelter in earlier developments as well.
We heard the siren. We were lucky to run to the shelter. We were sitting in the shelter, and then we heard such a boom. It was awful. We were sure that the missile hit our building. We had, of course, to wait until we were allowed to go out. We went out. We went out. We saw the windows and shuttered and everything broken, destroyed. The house, we went to the house. The house looked awful.
We went into the safe room. We locked it properly, sealed it properly. Me, my wife, our 2 kids, and the dog. We heard the interceptions, which were really, really loud. And then after a few minutes, we could feel something was incoming, because we could really feel the interceptions close to us. And then we heard a very loud boom.
And missiles were earlier seen over Tel Aviv skyline. The drone video showing destroyed homes, rescue teams gathering on the site of the Iranian missile strike in central Israel. And Israelis were seen inspecting the damage to their homes in the city of Rishon LeZion, which is 8 kilometers to the south of Tel Aviv. Destroyed buildings and cars could be seen in the streets as residents and rescue workers tried to salvage their belongings. And Israel said Iran fired salvos of 200 ballistic missiles, which in a first penetrated deep into the parts of central Israel. And now we're seeing things taking a step further in the latest round of escalation and the latest round of strikes. All right, in news just coming in, we are now getting you these images from West Bank. Iranian missiles can be seen lighting up the skies over West Bank there. And this is, just to point out, Iran's 5th missile barrage in 24 hours. Iran and Israel both launching strikes at the same time. All right, just to give you the context, these are the visuals that we're getting to you from West Bank, latest visuals coming in. Iranian missiles seen lighting up the skies over West Bank. And this is Iran's 5th missile barrage in 24 hours. Iran and Israel both launching strikes at the same time in this fresh round of escalation. And now let's also get you these fresh visuals coming in from Jerusalem. These are all images that depict more than just what you're seeing right now, because of the very fact that this signifies that West Asia right now is standing on the brink of a very dangerous phase, given where things are headed between Iran and Israel. At this point, there is a huge question mark over how far the United States will be willing to go as well. We have been also talking about the statements coming in from both Iran and Israel and the messaging that's been put out by their leaders in the run-up to this fresh round of escalations. But what we're seeing right now is something which absolutely tells us that things are heading in a very dangerous direction. These are the visuals now that we are getting to you. All right, and now let's get you these set of visuals coming in from Tehran. Remember, Iran and Israel both launched strikes at the same time, and we have been getting you details of the parts in both the countries that have been impacted. But as we're speaking, these are the details that are trickling in terms of where all the strikes have hit, and we are going to be waiting for further information on the impact of the strikes. But this is the fresh round of escalation taking place between Iran and Israel after both sides made it clear and indicated very strongly that they will not be backing down. And more breaking news coming in right this minute. Israeli army saying Iran is preparing to launch more strikes. Israeli army radio reporting, citing a military source, that army intelligence has detected that Tehran is preparing to launch more missiles tonight. This is, it seems, just a part of what we are going to be witnessing over the next few hours, given that both the sides at this point are not backing down, and this is a simultaneous launching of strikes that Iran and Israel have carried out. This is an intensification of those hostilities, to say the least. We've been getting you these visuals coming in from different parts as well. Let's also tell you about the latest details that are coming in. Like we're saying, these are details that we're getting in of the impact of these strikes. So these this information is going to be developing in terms of the details that will fast emerge, given that this is a situation which is unfolding right now. We understand that residents of northern Tehran have also said that a major fire, which was apparently caused by explosions at a major fuel depot, are spreading and lighting up the mountains around Tehran. And we also understand that Tehran is, at the moment, we also got you those visuals coming in from Tehran of just the kind of aftermath that's been witnessed in the capital there. In more information trickling in, we also know about a phone call that was held between Mohammed bin Salman and the president of Iran, Masoud Pezeshkian. At this point, given the way things have panned out and given what these escalations could mean for the entire region, given the global implications that they will have, remember what happens in West Asia has repercussions far beyond. So at this point, it is going to be a huge wait and watch moment as these strikes have been launched. But what you're seeing on your screen is just a part of the story, because this tells us a lot more. This tells us that West Asia at the moment is standing at a very crucial juncture, and all eyes are on where things are headed. We have told you that Iran at this point is preparing to launch more strikes. What else do we know about that? That's basically the Israeli army radio reporting, while citing a military source, that army intelligence has detected that Tehran is preparing to launch more missiles tonight. So this is going to be a long night ahead in terms of the action, in terms of the strikes that we're going to be witnessing. Iran earlier, through its president, Masoud Pezeshkian, in that statement, had also, made it clear that they will issue a befitting response to any attack by Israel. That was shortly after the Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, had said very categorically that they will be targeting every site, every target in the Iranian regime. And shortly after, we did see that materializing, and things have fast escalated beyond that point. And look at just the kind of escalation that's been witnessed in such a short span of time. Since Friday, remember, when Israel launched Operation Rising Lion, Iran launched Operation True Promise 3 in retaliation to the Israeli attacks. And things in just 2 nights of these strikes, of these rising hostilities, have reached a point where we are witnessing the aftermath of these strikes, the 5th round of this barrage of missiles, in fact, that's been launched by Iran. Israel and Iran both launching strikes at the same time. And in the latest, we are assessing for you how different parts have been impacted. This is just a sample of the images that have been coming in, of the visuals that we have been tracking. In fact, there are more details trickling in. Israel attacked Tehran's main gasoline depot in the northern mountain slopes area, is what we are learning at this point. And this set off massive explosions, according to an official at the oil ministry. So remember, we earlier told you about how Israel has taken things things a step further by attacking Tehran's energy infrastructure as well. And now in the latest, we understand that Israel has also attacked Tehran's main gasoline depot in the northern mountain slopes area, specifically, just to point out the geographical area. And this, in terms of the details that have come in, has set off massive explosions, according to an official at the oil ministry. And we also know the official has said the depots were exploding one after another and threatened to significantly damage residential neighborhoods in the area. Residents of northern Tehran saying a major fire, which was apparently caused by explosions at a major fuel depot, spreading and lighting up the mountains around Tehran. That's the latest that's coming in as we continue to monitor the minute-by-minute developments in the situation that is fast evolving and fast escalating between Iran and Israel. And in details just trickling in, Israel attacked Tehran's main gasoline depot in the northern mountain slopes area, setting off massive explosions, according to an official at the oil ministry. In fact, the official has said the depots were exploding one after another and threatened to significantly damage residential neighborhoods in the area as well. Residents of northern Tehran saying a major fire, which was apparently caused by explosions at a major fuel depot, spreading and lighting up the mountains around Tehran. Let's also tell you what Hamid Hosseini, a member of the Energy Committee of Iran's Chamber of Commerce, has said. The municipality has been discussing moving the fuel depot from the residential area in northern Tehran for years because of fears of an attack or an accident that could be catastrophic. So imagine the significance of this attack taking place and what it really means in terms of the repercussions. Hosseini also saying that the depot has at least 11 storage tanks and is in a densely populated and affluent neighborhood with upscale restaurants, malls, luxury high-rises with rooftop pools, and that gives you a sense of the area that we are talking about. This is Hamid Hosseini, a member of the Energy Committee of Iran's Chamber of Commerce, who has said that the municipality has been discussing moving the fuel depot that's been targeted from the residential area in northern Tehran for years because of fears of an attack or an accident that could be catastrophic. And Hosseini adding that the depot has at least 11 storage tanks and is in a densely populated and affluent neighborhood with upscale restaurants, malls, luxury high-rises with rooftop pools. So that is the area, geographically speaking, that's been targeted, that attack that's taken place at the fuel depot. Residents of northern Tehran saying a major fire, which was apparently caused by explosions at a major fuel depot, spreading and lighting up the mountains around Tehran. And according to that official, 11 storage tanks in that fuel depot that's been targeted as well. Israel attacking Tehran's main gasoline depot in the northern mountain slopes area, setting off massive explosions, according to an official at the oil ministry. And the explosions, in fact, the official has said that the depots were exploding one after another and threatened to damage residential neighborhoods in the area as well. So one can imagine the panic on the ground and the large scale, the sheer scale of the attacks that we're witnessing right now. All right, so piecing together the latest details that are trickling in of the sheer scale of the attacks that we're witnessing right now. Israel has attacked Iran's main gasoline depot in the northern mountain slopes area, and this has resulted in massive explosions. Residents of northern Tehran saying that a major fire is spreading and lighting up the mountains around Tehran. We also understand that the fifth missile barrage that's been launched by Iran in 24 hours, we are witnessing, as we get in further details, more inputs about the aftermath of those strikes as well, with Iran and Israel both launching those strikes at the same time after promising that Iran will be giving a befitting response to Israel's attacks. And Israel then soon after, as it had declared, carrying out those attacks on Iran. And now we are seeing things spiral from that point onwards, to the extent that this is a fresh round of strikes that we're witnessing being exchanged by both sides. They both launched these strikes at the same time. Missiles have been spotted over Jerusalem. They've been spotted. In fact, the Iranian residents have been talking about how Tehran is turning into a graveyard. That's just a sample of the statements that have been trickling in. We've also been tracking what these attacks have looked like in both the countries, what the aftermath has looked like. In fact, we also understand that the first responders earlier said that 14 people were left injured by an Iranian missile hit on an Israeli home. Remember, we've been giving you a sense of the way in which these targets have A, been spread out, B, there is a large scale. So there isn't one aspect that you can say that's been targeted. So a massive scale at which these attacks are being carried out. And in the latest, we understand, like we just told you, even the fuel depot being targeted, and that in itself being close to residential areas is another major cause of concern at this point. You can imagine the panic on the ground as a result of those attacks taking place at that fuel depot. Iran's oil ministry earlier said that Israeli strikes had targeted 2 fuel depots in Tehran. So we are keeping a very close eye on what further details come in on that front as well. Because remember, a fuel depot being targeted comes with far-reaching impacts. So it also comes with a lot of symbolism. It also comes with a lot of significance in the way in which Israel is going after Iran's energy infrastructure. So we've seen what Friday looked like in terms of the targets, in terms of the attacks that were carried out by Israel. And now it's taken things a notch further, to say the least. And it is going after Iran's energy infrastructure. That, of course, is a major source of revenue for Iran. It is hitting Iran where it hurts a lot. These moves also coming with far-reaching implications because of the very fact that these are nerve centers that we are talking about. And let's go straight across to Dr. Azhar Radwan Sedki, who's joining us on the broadcast, political analyst and author, just to make a better sense of what we're seeing happening right now. Thanks very much for being here. I have to begin by asking you for your assessment of the way in which, the sheer scale at which these latest strikes are being carried out, with Iran and Israel both launching those strikes, specifically talking about how Israel is now going after Iran's energy infrastructure.
It's mind-boggling, actually. It's something that I never expected. I expected, little things like a bombing here or a ballistic missile there, but this is real war. And I don't see it ending soon. I can see it as continuing unless Western leaders and President Trump and Starmer and the rest try to get Israel to stop its attack on Iran. Iran will continue to fight back. Iran will continue to try its best. So nothing can happen unless Israel is stopped.
But do you really see that happening? I also have to ask you, at this point, do you see any scope for diplomacy?
It's not diplomacy, it's an order. I mean, if you have friends who become complicit in your murder, in your genocide, in your attack on every country in your proximity, then they're not friends anymore. They have to tell Israel that we will not help you. We will not provide you with the necessary arms that get you to do such matters. That's the only way we can do it. Iran has the backing of the West. Israel has the backing of the West. And Israel has nuclear arms, so it has the upper hand in the area. So unless someone comes in and tells Israel to stop whatever it's doing, we're going to continue to see this. And civilians at both ends will die. There is not, and then at the same time, we're diverting attention from what's happening in Gaza. I mean, the genocide that is occurring. And then one day they hit Syria, the other day they hit Lebanon, the third day they wipe the Western Gaza. So how can we deal with this? This has to be stopped, and it has to be by the upper hand. And the upper hand here is the West.
Let me just quickly ask you, you're talking about an intervention coming in, but from where will that intervention coming? Also, the role of the US and how far it would be willing to go as far as the situation that's unfolding right now is concerned. I'll just come back to you for comments on that. There are some breaking inputs coming in, more details trickling in right this minute as we keep a close eye on the aftermath of those strikes, the fresh round of escalation taking place between Iran and Israel.
Who else can intervene? Tell me.
Yes, I'll just come back to you. I'll just come back to you for your comments, Dr. Azhar Radwan. Stay with me, please.
Okay.
All right, so on your screen right now, these are satellite images that we are getting to you that basically compare Iranian nuclear military facilities before and after attacks. Very crucial images that are coming in. Now, these are images of the impact of the Israeli strikes on the Isfahan nuclear site and the IRGC facility in Tehran. Let's take a look at these images. Now, we're getting you satellite images that we will, of course, delve into. In fact, these satellite images basically compare the Iranian nuclear military facilities and giving us a sense of the before and after the attacks. And these are the images of the impact of the Israeli strikes, of the aftermath of the Israeli strikes on the Isfahan nuclear site and the IRGC facility in Tehran.
Nuclear sites releases clouds of radiation in the whole area. Like it is known that you should never bomb a nuclear site, and they're doing just that. So when Israel says that Iran is targeting civilians, the Israeli civilians are in bunkers, while the Iranians, 78 of them died in Tehran alone the first day, and look at what is happening now. Massive explosions. Intervention is the only way, but the intervention cannot come from anyone but the West. Today, Starmer said that he is sending military jets to the area, and he may defend Israel. Where are we going with this? This will be a third world war.
Yes, exactly the point that I was wanting to touch upon with you, because, there is a huge question mark of how far the US will be willing to go, and a lot will depend on that. America's role will determine a lot. We already have seen the kind of statements that have been coming in from both Iran and Israel, and the kind of action that we're seeing on the ground. Neither side willing to back down at this point. So I want to ask you for your assessment of where you see things headed as far as the US involvement is concerned.
Well, the U.S. has and will continue to back Israel forever. We are not going to even think of another way of behaving. However, it is for the benefit of Israel that at this point, President Trump says enough is enough. This is a slippery slope. And chances are, I mean, you're going to get so many who will be affected by this. I mean, if Iran closes the strait, the Hormuz Strait, I mean, everyone in the area would be affected. Kuwait, Bahrain, Dubai, Saudi Arabia. If Israel bombs the nuclear site that provides the desalinization for the area, then Kuwait, Bahrain, Dubai, Qatar, and Saudi will be affected. This is major. We are talking about a major event. And in the same time, there are thousands dying in Gaza, and no one's talking about them.
The Iran-US nuclear talks that were supposed to happen on Sunday, the Omani minister declaring...
have been cancelled.
Yes, that the talks will not be taking place. Just for the benefit of our viewers, if you could just explain the significance of that setback for West Asia diplomacy right now at this crucial juncture. Of course, the timing of this escalation closely tied in with those nuclear talks and those repercussions as well.
Well, from the start, Netanyahu have been trying to get the U.S. involved. He hasn't succeeded yet, and although the announcements coming from the U.S. are, some of them say that the U.S. has known all along. I mean, Trump himself said this, but then Rubio says that, no, we were not involved. So we're trying to keep the U.S. out of it so that it doesn't enlarge from a different perspective, because there are military sites, U.S. sites in the Gulf, and that could be even a worse situation. Can we start the talks again? Not at this point. The Iranians don't have anything but the fact that they have nuclear intention. The only thing that they can sort of stand and hold and say, okay, this is something against you. So they won't give up this as easily as the U.S. would want, unless they get the sanctions out, unless the U.S. is willing to give some. Now, Israel is at the other side trying its best to continue to push the U.S. into this war. It's quite mind-boggling. I have never seen anything like this before. Did you know that Netanyahu has been talking about Pakistan being next? Where is this coming from? He wants to be the only nuclear country in the area. That's it.
Can I just ask you to comment on the kind of messaging that's been coming in from the two sides, where they're talking about not backing down. They're, of course, talking about how their operations, their respective operations will continue. But at the same time, what we are witnessing right now, energy infrastructure being targeted. We're looking at the aftermath of those strikes on both sides since this fresh round has been launched at the same time by the two sides. Because like you also mentioned at the outset, what happens in West Asia or what happens through the Iran-Israel skyrocketing tensions has far-reaching implications. For example, the closure of the Hormuz Strait. If that happens, that's going to be having far-reaching repercussions.
Of course. But it's words. They're both saying we're doing a good job. Israel has never been hit like this before. Even on October 7th, it wasn't hit as it's being hit now. But Iran is being devastated too. So they're both. It has to be stopped. And we can't continue to burn infrastructure and kill civilians and let this continue. We can't. We have to change. I guess I'm not President Trump. I'm sorry.
All right, hold that thought. We're getting in some more inputs coming in right this minute. Breaking news coming in as we closely monitor the latest coming in regarding the fresh round of escalations. Israel raining fire on Tehran. According to Wall Street Journal report, Israeli officials saying targeting Iranian supreme leader is not off limits. So that's the extent to which we're seeing these statements coming in. We're seeing these tensions heading in a dangerous direction as Israel rains fire on Tehran. This is according to Wall Street Journal report. Israeli officials saying targeting the supreme leader of Iran, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, is not off limits. I want to just go back across to our esteemed guest who's been piecing together those developments and sharing her perspectives with us. What do you make of this latest input that's come in?
As I told you before, it's mind-boggling because how far will Israel go? Does it want Tehran? On your screen there was one message that said Tehran has become a graveyard. Honestly, what are you trying to do? If you want to get Iran not to have any nuclear weapons, then focus on this. Don't focus on the whole of Iran. Iran is a country of such a long history, and you are ripping it apart. And of course, Iran will defend itself, will try its best to maintain some leverage and try hard to keep afloat and hit Israel back. Will it be successful? I have no idea. We have to stop this.
Right. Do you really see that happening? How optimistic are you at this point right now of that happening? And also, are you saying that it's only the US that can make it happen? And will that really happen?
Yes, it's only the US that can make it happen. I remember on a previous interview that I had with you, when the ceasefire occurred, and I said it will not continue. It will break because Israel will not allow it to go to the second level or the third level. And it was proven. We're here in the same situation. Israel will continue doing what it's doing unless it is stopped by an upper hand. Will the United States be willing to do that? I don't know, because it has watched Israel commit a genocide for the last goodness knows how long, and it hasn't told Israel to stop. It continues to allow Israel to murder children. Period.
Right. Stay on with me. Let's just also get in for our viewers these latest images that have been coming in from different parts, giving us a sense of the aftermath of those strikes and the fresh round of escalations taking place. And on to news that's coming in right this minute. Israel strikes Tehran, the homes of IRGC commanders in Tehran's Malati neighborhood have just been targeted by Israel. And this is, remember, information that's trickling in by the minute. Israel now striking Tehran, the homes of IRGC commanders in specifically Tehran's Malati neighborhood have just been targeted. Israel has targeted gas depot in Tehran, which has led to a massive explosion as well. We earlier told you more about the area that we were talking about where the oil depot explosion occurred. And in the latest, the Iranian news agency saying Israeli strike targeted the defense ministry in Tehran as well. So that's the magnitude of these attacks that we are talking about. Let's just piece together the developments for you. So right now, as of this minute, we have the information coming in of Israel striking Tehran, the homes of the IRGC commanders in Tehran. This is, to be precise, the Malati neighborhood. It's been targeted by Israel. Israel also targeted the gas depot in Tehran, which led to a massive explosion. According to the Iranian news agency, Israeli strike also targeted the defense ministry in Tehran. So that's the extent to which these attacks, these hostilities, and these fast-paced developments have escalated in that dangerous direction, where we now also have the defense ministry in Tehran being targeted. Remember, these are also developments that are not isolated. So we earlier told you about the messaging that was coming in from the two sides. Now, in the latest, we also know, and we have been telling you about the implications of these developments, for example, on the airspaces. So we also know that the Syrian airspace is closed until Sunday morning, and the Syrian Civil Aviation Authority has said that the country's airspace will be closed to civil aviation until 8 a.m. local time. This is according to the state-run news agency. We also reported Jordan announced that it was closing its airspace until further notice due to the current strikes between Israel and Iran. And a very precarious situation right now, given the kind of sheer scale of these attacks that we are witnessing, minute-by-minute developments suggesting an escalatory tone, also a very dangerous direction in which things are headed. Israel targeting IRGC commanders in Tehran, targeting the defense ministry. We earlier told you about that report citing an official, which also talked about how the Iranian supreme leader is also not off limits. So at this point, that's the escalation, that's the destruction, that's the symbolism also that's coming in through these attacks, through these strikes. Because remember, targeting the defense ministry, targeting the IRGC commanders, after what we already have witnessed unfold over the last few hours, and what we witnessed on Friday, where the top military commanders and nuclear scientists were targeted. So this is a multi-pronged attack that Israel is carrying out. Let's go back across now to Dr. Azhar Radwan Sedki, who's been with us and sharing her perspectives with us. You earlier pointed out how only the US can make things actually slow down, can possibly make a de-escalation happen. But, I want to go back to that point that you made earlier, that this is not about diplomacy. This is about salvaging a situation that is fast, as we are seeing, escalating in a dangerous direction.
I mean, anyone with an iota of any human would say, let's stop this rash behavior. Israel hits, and then Iran goes ahead and hits back, and then further deaths and further infrastructure demolition and so on. So only someone with an iota of sense in his brain who's capable of stopping it would go ahead and stop it, because it will continue. And at the end, there'll be civilians on both ends and infrastructure galore destroyed. I mean, it's enough what's happening in Gaza. It has been leveled, completely leveled. Now we wait for Iran to be leveled and Israel to be hit too. I mean, where are we going with all this? So someone has to wake up and stop this.
All right, do stay on with me. Let's just also piece together for our viewers at this point the details that are fast trickling in, giving us a sense of what's happening on the ground right now. And this, by the way, is just what you're seeing right now on your screen is a sample of the kind of impact that we are talking about that has been reported in different parts. Let's also talk about specifically how oil depots have been targeted by both sides so far. So we do know that that attack that's taken place by Israel. We also know about the Haifa oil refinery that's been targeted by Iran. So there's also a lot of symbolism. There's a lot of implication that comes in as well, apart from the obvious repercussions of these targets being chosen specifically. So look at the way in which Israel has carried out these attacks as well, and the way in which Iran has retaliated. As of now, we're also looking at the way in which the region is being impacted. We're looking at also that earlier a statement that came in, that report, remember, that talked about an Israeli official saying that targeting Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is not off limits. The Defense Ministry in Tehran has been targeted. IRGC commanders have been targeted in the latest strikes that have taken place. Let's also just remind you that from the point the attack started on Friday, we've seen the sheer scale, widespread targeting that's taken place on part of Israel, and at the same time, the way in which Iran has retaliated to those attacks, coming at a very precarious time for West Asia. And what we're seeing unfold right now, these are not just images on your screen. This is a turning point for West Asia, because what happens from here onwards is going to determine a lot, not just for the region, but beyond. So the next few hours, absolutely critical. From the point things escalated on Friday, the overarching fear has been that this could lead to an all-out war, and things, as of now, standing at a very precarious point. We've also been telling you about the statements that have been coming in from both sides. For example, the defense minister of Israel saying that Tehran is burning. We've also been telling you about the retaliation earlier that was promised by the Iranian president as well, saying that a befitting response will be given. And that's exactly what we're seeing right now in terms of the way in which the two sides are exchanging these attacks. And news that's coming in right now, breaking news, sirens sound in Eilat, Israeli army radio reporting that alarms have been activated following fears of hostile aircraft intrusion there. Now remember, we're talking about a city that sits on the narrow southern tip of Israel, sandwiched between Jordan and Egypt. And the Syrian airspace as well, like we just told you, has been closed until Sunday morning. We're looking at the spillover effect in a way of these strikes, because these are not isolated developments. These do impact the countries around. The Syrian Civil Aviation Authority saying that the country's airspace will be closed to civil aviation until 8 a.m. local time, to be specific. This is according to the state-run news agency. We are also getting in details of how Jordan announced earlier that it was closing its airspace until further notice due to the current strikes between the two sides. So this is a situation that is fast evolving. In fact, in just the last 1 hour, look at how things have escalated, not to speak of the way in which they've escalated in the last 48 hours. But in just a short span of time, we're seeing these attacks, A, widespread, B, very symbolic as well in terms of the targets. Because For example, going after Iran's energy infrastructure, a major source of revenue, a major significance as far as the impact across the region and beyond is concerned. And look at the way in which the two sides have exchanged these strikes. We're also looking at the way in which Israel has now targeted not just Iran's energy infrastructure, but also going after the IRGC commanders. We've also been getting inputs of Israel targeting Iran's defense ministry. And in the latest, as we are tracking these developments just coming in, we understand that the sirens that have been sounded in Eilat, according to the Israeli army, this is a point of escalation that we are looking at. Let's just quickly go back across to our esteemed guest, Dr. Azhar Radwan Sidki, who's been with us, sharing her insights as well. Before we let you go, I just want to ask you, and I know we've discussed the point of how this is not just something that affects West Asia, this comes with global implications, but just the sense that you're gathering from the way in which the Israeli targeting of the IRGC commander's residential area, it's targeting the defense ministry. So it's not just these sites being targeted. There's also that symbolism that comes along with these attacks, that it's not going to stop at anything in a way. We also told our viewers about that Wall Street Journal report, which cites an Israeli official as saying that the Iran supreme leader is also not off limits.
Is that what Israel is aiming for is the collapse of the Iranian regime. By hitting the Ayatollah and the commanders in chief, etc., it is trying to create as much disarray as possible, to the extent that the Iranians themselves will start go against their leaders. And this is what they want. From the start, Netanyahu has been aiming at that and telling the Iranians, go after your leaders. So I think that's what's happening now.
All right, we're leaving it there for the moment. Thanks very much for being here on the broadcast and sharing your insights with us on this fast evolving situation.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right, let's also give you a sense of more news that's just trickling in. In the latest, the Israeli Air Force has just targeted the Fatah Air Base of the IRGC Army Aviation in Karaj. Now, just for context, this is the IRGC's largest helicopter base, housing around 40 helicopters, along with this helicopter pilot training center and several key maintenance facilities. So now we have a fresh target that's been reported. The Israeli Air Force has just targeted this air base, which is a crucial nerve center of the IRGC Army Aviation. This has happened in Karaj, to be specific, and this is the IRGC's biggest helicopter base, housing around 40 helicopters. And remember, these are attacks that are happening in real time that we are getting to know of. And the fact that the attacks have happened far away from the details that will trickle in about the aftermath of these attacks. And let's also remind our viewers that there have been claims and counterclaims coming in from both sides. And as the situation evolves, given that this is a situation where we're looking at a lot of narrative playing that's been coming out as well. But at the same time, look at the way in which these targets have been selected. Look at the way in which the magnitude of the attack tells us a lot as well. In the latest, this air base that's been targeted, this is of the IRGC Army Aviation and the IRGC's largest helicopter base. Along with this helicopter pilot training center, several key maintenance facilities. So very critical infrastructure being targeted. And this is just one sample of the kind of critical infrastructure that we are looking at coming under attack. We also told you earlier about the IRGC commanders' residences that have been targeted and the defense ministry being targeted as well.
מה זה, אלוהים ישמור.
איזה פחד אלוקים. הוא בפנים על הרצפה.
נופל ב-100%. השחתיכות של הטילים...
זה צור הדסה. לא יודע, נפל 50. לא ספרתי.
All right, so if you're just joining us, these are some very, very dramatic images that are being played out with the skies of Israel at this moment. These are the ballistic missile strikes that the Iranians have carried out in a very dramatic fashion. Now, remember what is unfolding at this point of time, and it's happening simultaneously. It is not that the Israelis have hit Iran and then Iran is hitting back. What we are looking at unfold at this moment is that the two nations are having a go at each other, lashing each other with their missile and drone strikes. And what is also important to highlight at this moment is that the war has now qualitatively changed. The Israelis started by targeting the oil and gas refining facilities within Iran, and immediately afterwards, within a span of about 3 to 4 hours, Iran has hit back at one of the biggest oil and gas refining facility in Haifa. So these are the images of some pretty dramatic drone and missile strikes that are being carried out. And at this moment, this is what Israel Katz, the Israeli defense minister, claims, that Tehran is burning because of the attacks that the Israelis have in fact carried out on Tehran in the span of the last couple of hours. And also, reports are coming in that the Israeli Air Force has targeted the Fatah Air Base of the IRGC Army's aviation in Graz. This is the IRGC's largest helicopter base, which houses about 40 helicopters along with its helicopter training center and several other key maintenance facilities. Now, the port city, the southernmost port city of Eilat in the state of Israel, has also reportedly come under attack. There are reports of sirens that are being sounded over there. And apart from this, the Syrian airspace remains closed until Sunday. So does the Jordanian airspace. Remember, the Jordanians have in fact made good their relations. They've recognized the state of Israel, and they were one of the first people who, of course, normalized their relations with the state of Israel. And therefore, Jordan is a close ally of the United States. And with Jolani, after the toppling of the Bashar al-Assad government, taking over charge in Damascus, both Jordan and Syria are favorably disposed towards the Israelis, and therefore both these nations shutting down their airspace till Sunday morning effectively means only one thing, that we can expect more attacks from the Israeli side and from the Iranian side as well. These are some very, very dramatic images that played out a little while back over the skies in Haifa. Let's listen in to the impact of what it was like under the skies with these ballistic missiles flying over them. These are some very dramatic images of the Iranian drones or the Israeli skylines. And also joining us in the broadcast, we've got Dr. Paul Dorfman, who's a Bennett scholar at the Bennett University at the University of Sussex. He's also a member of the Irish Government Radiation Protection Advisory Committee and chaired the Nuclear Consulting Group. Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Dorfman, for joining us on this broadcast. Now, let me start off by asking you this. Considering these dramatic attacks that we've witnessed in the course of the last 60 to 90 minutes, in your assessment, what's playing out here? Why is it that Iran and Israel are lashing out at each other in these very dramatic missile and drone strikes?
Israel's stated war aims were to cease the enrichment of uranium to make a bomb. The problem is that Natanz, which is the major uranium enrichment site to make a bomb, is 8 meters below reinforced concrete and hard rock. And Fordo is about 80 to 90 meters deep. Now, in order to reach these facilities, the only thing that can possibly reach these facilities is the US bunker-busting GBU-57B bomb. Now, this is 14 tons, 6 meters long, and can only be launched by US B-2 bomber. So there are two options here. Either the US gets involved, and in terms of the US's war aims, it is then able to actually attack the enrichment facilities, which is the key to what started this, let's say, war. Or there are softer targets.
What do you mean softer targets?
Well, the targets that you're being seen, that you're seeing. But in terms of what's also happened, both in terms of Haifa, but also in terms of what's happened in Iran, are targeting oil. Now, in strict scientific technological terms, the Gulf is a almost entirely enclosed sea. It's shallow. It has a very low turnover. Now, Bushehr, so Israel says that it's going to go for potentially other Iranian targets, nuclear targets. Now, Bushehr is the only substantial nuclear power plant in Iran, and there's Bandar-e-Abbas, which is a sort of also part of the enrichment process. Both of these facilities are by the sea on the Gulf. Now, the key problem is, and it's very, very important to consider, and Saudi needs to consider this, Qatar, Oman, all of the Gulf states who rely on the Gulf for desalination. If these plants are hit by whoever, the Gulf gets contaminated, severely contaminated by radionuclides, then the Gulf states have a severe drinking water problem because the desalination plants will be ineffective.
I think you're making a very logical point there, that if these nuclear facilities are hit, it can contaminate the drinking water sources of the entire Gulf region. But I'm pretty sure that the Israelis who started off with Operation Rising Lion, a name with clear biblical connotations there, which is also backed by the United States of America, is not thinking about the nitty-gritties of whether people will have a source of clear drinking water that is not contaminated with nuclear radiation. In terms of what we are witnessing, this is a hot war, and the Israelis since this evening have struck some of the oil and gas refining facilities within Iran, for which the Iranians have responded by hitting back at the oil and gas refining facilities that Israel has in Haifa. The question that I want to ask you is this: what do you think this will do to the price of oil, and what will that impact be on the global economy?
Okay, the price of oil clearly is absolutely key here, and also there's the question about what's going to happen in terms of how to get the oil out of the Gulf as well too, because Iran can presumably shut off. So it will affect the oil economy without any question, and we will see the price of oil. The price of oil already has been severely impacted by this, but it's not simply talking about the price of oil. I mean, money is money, but you can't drink or eat money. Mm-hmm. Now, in terms of the recent attack on the Gulf, the Iran oil refineries, that also contaminates the Gulf as well too. Now, you have to remember that the Gulf is it's a very shallow sea, right. 30 meters deep. It doesn't turn over. So what happens in the Gulf stays in the Gulf. And all that implies for desalination plants that Saudi, Qatar, Oman, UAE, and Iran depend on. So Saudi better get its act together in terms of talking to the Americans in terms of these kinds of potential targets.
You're making a very significant point, but do you think this is something that the Israelis are thinking about? Because when Netanyahu spoke earlier this evening, he was clearly indicating at a regime change that he wanted to bring about in Tehran with the help of the Americans. What that means is an all-out war between Israel and Iran.
Israel, without doubt, is a nuclear nation. Iran has enriched to, 60%? Now, 60% is still bomb-making material. Okay, if you want to talk about mutually assured destruction. Dimona is a well-known Israeli nuclear military site. It's well understood that it exists.
Right.
So basically, what we're seeing here is a ramping war that is escalating, and it's a very, very dangerous situation. People really need to think about where their priorities here and take a step back.
Interesting. Now, the Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, Benjamin Netanyahu, has been a very, very open critique of the Iranian government for the last 30 years. He's been out and about saying that Iran is very close to making a nuclear bomb. He's been saying that for the last 30 years, saying that Iran is just weeks away from making a nuclear weapon. But Iranians insist that they have no intention of making a nuclear weapon. The only thing that they are interested in is, having a civil nuclear program, although it is widely now acknowledged that the Iranians have managed to enrich uranium to a purity of 60%. With that being what the Iranians have, how close, in your assessment, do you think is Tehran to having, if not a proper nuclear weapon, at least a crude nuclear weapon with which it can, use mutually assured destruction as a deterrence against the Israelis, who are a nuclear weapon?
Okay, one needs to learn from history here. Pre-Trump, pulling out of the JPOA, which was the interstate agreement to verify Iran's enrichment, all signed, sealed, and delivered. And 2018, Trump pulled out of that. Mm-hmm. At that time, Iran had 149 kilograms of enriched uranium to 3.67%.
Right.
So 49 kilograms to 3.67%, which is the number that you need for a civil nuclear plant. Now, we know what's happened since then. So to a certain extent, one can argue that perhaps this whole problem is potentially created by Trump's actions back in 2018. Now, we are where we are in terms of a viable nuclear weapon. There are all kinds of, variations that one consider, whether that's dirty bombs or other forms of destruction.
Right.
However, a kosher nuclear bomb needs about 80 to 90% enrichment, and it needs a delivery vessel. It needs to be well delivered. So we're not quite there yet, but we seem to be getting there, and it's not looking pretty.
It's not looking pretty, is how you say. Do continue to stay on with this, Dr. Dorfman. Meanwhile, let's get in some breaking news that's come in. All right, now these are some images that are said to be from the state of Israel, where it is chaos inside of Israel as Iran continues with its bombardment. Now, these are some of the images of people who are struck amidst the Iranian missile strikes. There are buses, there are four-wheelers that are seen queued up inside of what appears quite clearly to be a tunnel at a time when the Iranian ballistic missiles were flying above them in the skies. So these are some of these interesting images of what people have done to try and stay safe when the Iranian ballistic missiles were over the skies in the Israeli airspace. And this is yet another bit of breaking detail that has come in, where the United States of America has now issued a travel advisory for its citizens in Iran. The State Department has now said that the US citizens should depart from Iran immediately. The travel advisory comes as Iran is carrying out ballistic missile strikes in retaliation to the Israeli attacks that have taken place inside of the country. So this is a very significant and a very dramatic bit of an information, where the United States has now issued a travel advisory for its citizens in Iran, where the State Department is now asking all American citizens to immediately depart from Iran. What does this mean? What are the implications of that? And what does this mean about the American involvement in this war? We've got Dr. Paul Dorfman. Dr. Dorfman, this is an interesting advisory. One assumes that during times of war, an advisory such as this is pretty routine to be put out, where the State Department is now asking all American citizens to immediately leave from Iran. But considering the speculation that has been doing the rounds about the potential involvement of the Americans in this war, is this the clearest indicator where the Americans are now telling their citizens that things are going to get really, really hard within Iran, and therefore they want all American citizens to be out?
It seems that Netanyahu played his cards better than Trump. Now, the day before this attack, Trump was saying that an agreement, a nuclear agreement between the US and Iran was imminent, with a new meeting scheduled in Oman, who are the traditional peacemakers. It could be argued that Netanyahu actually went ahead without the American go-ahead, thus forcing Trump into some sort of face-saving, oh, well, yes, I knew all about it kind of discourse. If that's the case, and it may be the case, if that's the case, then it, to a certain extent, unveils the kinds of powers that have been going on. And it's very, very disconcerting.
Absolutely, indeed. Dr. Paul Dorfman, thank you very much indeed for joining us and getting us that perspective there.
Thank you.
All right, let's now shift our attention to what is happening in the United States of America. These are live images that are being beamed out from the United States, where there is a massive military parade that is unfolding to celebrate the 250th birthday of the American Army, against the backdrop of the No Kings protest.
The unit has participated in every major operation since World War I, living up to its motto, no mission too difficult, no sacrifice too great, duty first. The 1st Infantry Division was originally established as the 1st Expeditionary Division in 1917 and spearheaded the American Expeditionary Forces in France during World War I. In World War II, the Fighting First stormed Omaha Beach on D-Day and liberated Nazi concentration camps. The highly decorated unit has had 37 members of the Big Red One awarded the Medal of Honor. In Washington, D.C., the 1st Division...
All right, and our correspondent Susan Tehrani is, of course, joining us over the phone line from New York. She's, of course, tracking the developments for us. Susan, this is a pretty impressive parade of the American soldiers. This is a parade that celebrates the 250th birthday of the American Army, the strongest army in the world. Tell us more.
That's right. U.S. Army's 250th anniversary Grand Military Parade is now, as you can see with the images on your screen, features tanks, aircraft, helicopters, marching troops, and also a 21-gun salute. We saw parachute jumps. There's going to be a concert and fireworks, but perhaps what's most important in the situation that we are right now, globally and geopolitically, President Trump is expected to deliver a speech after the parade is over. Well, or should I say at the end of that parade. About 6,600 to 7,000 troops are participating, about 150 military vehicles, including N-1 Abrams tanks, 50 to 62 aircraft. And also, it's, I think, interesting to note that between $25 to $45 million has been the estimated cost of this parade, including about $16 million for street repairs before the parade, steel plates, and pad protection used as well. Flights to Reagan National Airport has been suspended from 6 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. The parade started about half hour earlier than anticipated. Authorities said it was because there's going to be a very big thunderstorm coming in. Of course, the parade does coincide with President Donald Trump's 79th birthday as well.
Indeed, and the American President Donald Trump kicked off the military parade on his 79th birthday. That's an interesting and a very happy-looking President Donald Trump there as he was clapping and cheering on the parade. Now, Trump, in fact, walked on to a huge stage in front of the White House with First Lady Melania Trump before there was a 21-gun salute that rang out and the U.S. national anthem played. Now, all this is unfolding in the United States at this moment. Susan, Donald Trump is someone who repeatedly talks about American military hardware. He's an amazing salesman. He loves talking up the American military hardware. And the fact that it's all out there, you know, how popular is this particular parade amongst the people within the United States of America?
Yeah, that's a really valid question, because when you look on the outside, these parades are also happening in coordination with what demonstrators and opponents are calling no kings demonstrations, which we've seen images of. We've showed it on WION in some 2,000 cities nationwide, here in New York as well. Their themes are sort of opposing what they call President Trump's policies, and then you have a split screen of this parade. But the majority of Americans are seeing this parade, and they feel a sense of nationalism. They feel a sense of pride. You can see that in the fact that the military registration really started filling up 4 months in advance. This is record-breaking considering the past few years where Americans perhaps didn't have that sense of patriotism or that sense of urgency to join the military. But since President Trump became president, now the military says that, they have their quota 4 months earlier than they anticipated. So, yes, there are going to be nationwide protests, as they are. There's always going to be an opposition group or more to President Trump and his policies, as we have seen. But nonetheless, for the majority of Americans, this is an interesting, proud moment. But it also comes at a time when there's so much uncertainty around the world right now. It's very interesting to see this parade in the backdrop of what's happening in the Middle East, for example.
Absolutely, indeed. And we see President Donald Trump standing up, taking a salute as the soldiers march past from in front of him. And, you know, every country has its own specific culture. We've seen parades such as this, which the Chinese have, the North Koreans have, and other countries around the world. But the manner in which these soldiers in the United States seem to be walking across from in front of Donald Trump, they seem to be much more relaxed rather than those very crisp, march fast that we witness from the Chinese or other soldiers around the world. Tell us a bit about this very languid style of walking past by in front of the president.
Yeah, that's very interesting that you mentioned that. Well, I'm sure Americans would never want to be compared to the North Koreans or the Chinese and how they manage their parades. But we also saw, for example, similar parades happening in France. Macron was a few years ago really one that demonstrated the French capabilities, and that was very interesting to see as well. Perhaps not as casual as you mentioned. Yeah, I think there are cultural differences. Definitely, there is a sense of relaxed nature when it comes to socializing and associating the way the United States and Americans do with one another. But nonetheless, it's hard to imagine the world's most powerful military would be relaxed when the situation is not a happy parade like a celebratory one that is today.
Indeed. This, of course, is a celebratory parade. Thank you very much, Susan Tehrani, for joining us and sharing all those insights with us. These are some pretty amazing and very interesting images of the American soldiers walking past from in front of many of these American dignitaries. The American President Donald Trump, we saw him a little while back stand up and salute all the soldiers. There are also some other tanks and other bit of military hardware which is also taking part in this parade. But this is a very different sort of a scene, something that you may not be familiar with. If you look at some of the military parades, such as what China does, what North Korea does, what the Russians do, the style and the manner in which the soldiers march is very, very different. But what you're looking at here is probably something that's more ingrained, a more casual, sort of a languid walk, which the American soldiers are taking as they march past from in front of the president. All right, now it is the third straight night of hostilities between Israel and Iran. Israel has struck again, Iran has hit back. So let's take a look at how these precision strikes are defining modern warfare.
Israel has been preparing for this day for many years. Israel argued that Iran's nuclear and ballistic missile programs were an existential threat to itself. So on the 13th of June 2025, the Israel-Iran conflict stopped being a shadow war and it turned real. Israel carried out a massive attack in Iran. Codenamed Operation Rising Lion. The operation involved dozens of Israeli fighter jets targeting the country's nuclear facilities, ballistic missile sites, the residences of top generals and nuclear scientists.
Moments ago, Israel launched Operation Rising Lion, a targeted military operation to roll back the Iranian threat to Israel's very survival.
Israel sent Mossad commandos deep into Iran to destroy Iranian weapons system. The Mossad spy agency released rare footage of covert operations conducted inside Iran. Take a look. Under the cover of darkness, Mossad agents infiltrated central Iran. They gathered critical on-ground intel and helped neutralize radar systems and S-300 anti-aircraft batteries. With weapons and drones they smuggled in, enabling Israeli jets to enter Iranian airspace. The footage shows precision drone strikes on missile sites near Tehran. Israel says the mission allowed its air force to conduct more than 100 coordinated strikes using 200 aircraft. Israel's precision strike identified each man, tracked down the target and struck at his most vulnerable moment. Major General Hossein Salami, Commander-in-Chief of the Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps, or IRGC. Iranian media confirmed that he was killed at his fortified residence in Sharak Shahid Mahalati. A micro-drone infiltrated his study and detonated with surgical precision. Mohammad Bagheri, Iran's armed forces chief of staff, the country's highest military position. Israeli military said Bagheri was eliminated at a temporary coordination hub in North Tehran. Israeli drones triangulated his position using cellular signal interception. Then a laser-guided munition did the rest. Feridun Abbasi Davani, former Atomic Energy Organization chief, he was targeted en route to a secure facility. A quadcopter drone, pre-programmed and GPS-locked, struck his vehicle and killed him. According to IDF, General Amir Ali Hajizadeh, commander of the IRGC Aerospace Force, was killed at Asfajabad after stepping out of a hardened bunker. A loitering munition hit his parked vehicle just as he approached. Israel says each target was the product of months of surveillance and a strike matrix that synchronized bombs with biometric certainty. Iran has long maintained that its nuclear program is for civilian purposes only. It has several facilities around Iran, some of which have been targeted in the Israeli strikes. One such is the Natanz nuclear complex. Natanz nuclear complex, Israel and the International Atomic Energy Agency confirmed the strikes at the Natanz nuclear site, which is around 250 kilometers from Tehran. Natanz is Iran's main uranium enrichment site. However, this isn't the first time precision strikes have been used. In 2020, Iranian General Qasem Soleimani was killed by a US drone attack. The general arrived at Baghdad International Airport on a flight from Syria early on the 3rd of January 2020. While he was leaving the airport with officials, their convoy was hit by missiles fired by a US drone. Soleimani died along with 9 other people in the precise strike near Baghdad airport in Iraq. Last year, in November 2024, a precision strike by Israel in the Lebanese capital, Beirut, resulted in the death of Mohammed Rashid Saqafi, the commander of Hezbollah's communications unit. In February 2025, the Israeli military eliminated Hamas's operations department head in the coastal Lebanese city of Sidon. According to the Israel Defense Forces, Mohammed Shaheen was eliminated as he started planning attacks directed and funded by Iran. And very recently, on the 13th of May this year, IDF struck an underground infrastructure beneath the European hospital in Gaza's Khan Yunis, in which Hamas chief Mohammed Sinwar was killed. It was a place where Sinwar was believed to be hiding. Later, IDF released a video showcasing the alleged underground hideout and how a precision strike was carried out. day after the Israeli strikes, Iran retaliated with barrages of missiles. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps said it attacked dozens of targets in Israel. The Israeli military said most of the missiles were intercepted. Images from the city of Ramat Gan near Tel Aviv show blown-out buildings, destroyed vehicles, and streets strewn with debris. It is also reported that the United States may have quietly delivered hundreds of Hellfire missiles to Israel before its unprecedented attack on Iran. Weighing 45 kilograms, these missiles are developed for precision drone strikes. Reportedly, the US has possibly sent around 300 Hellfire missiles to Israel in a large-scale stock-up of supplies before its attack. Precision-guided weapons have diminished the importance of geographical barriers. They can penetrate deep into enemy territory, precisely target positions and assets, and cause minimal collateral damage to surrounding areas and civilians. These weapons are transforming the dynamics of modern military warfare.
Hello and welcome to this edition of World at War. My name is Mohammed Saleh. An unprecedented escalation has broken out between Iran and Israel. For the first time ever in Israel's 7-decade-long history, cities such as Tel Aviv and other Israeli military infrastructure were struck by the Iranian ballistic missiles. And it all began when the Israelis carried out large-scale attacks on Iran's nuclear facilities, and also carried out decapitation attacks on the top military leadership of Iran. The Israeli Prime Minister termed this to be Operation Rising Lion. And this attack by the Israelis came at a time when the Iranians were involved in hectic parleys with Israel's closest ally, the United States. With Donald Trump repeatedly having insisted that he wants a diplomatic solution to the Iranian nuclear question. But Benjamin Netanyahu, it appears, preempted the possibility of a nuclear deal and staged Operation Rising Lion. Iran hit back in less than 24 hours. To be clear, Iran in the past has struck Israel with ballistic missile strikes, predominantly targeting the Israeli air bases. But for the first time ever, Iran targeted a city like Tel Aviv. But what happens in this war from here on? And what role has the United States played in helping Israel as part of Operation Rising Lion? And more importantly, will this now change the balance of power in the Middle East in the days to come? Our next report gets you the details. This was a night unlike any other in Tel Aviv. As the sound of sirens blared and the Israelis took cover in their bunkers, wave after wave of Iranian ballistic missiles came crashing down from the sky. Thick, acrid plumes of smoke was all around. Interceptor missiles of Israel's much-touted Iron Dome were activated. There were many interceptions, but as is evident from the images, there were many Iranian ballistic missiles that managed to pierce through the layers of Israel's air defense systems and smashed into targets on the ground. Buildings and neighborhoods also sustained some extensive damage. The first responders tried to rescue the people who had borne the brunt of the Iranian missile strikes. This was unfamiliar territory for the Israelis.
We come here to the site, we see the site that there is a lot of injured here, and with the search and rescue, we start to search them and take them to the hospital. We see a lot of damage, and as you can see, it is a very big site. And now what we are doing now, we are going from house to house to see that anybody is in the house, and so we can close the site.
But the Iranian retaliation in the form of True Promise 3 came as a reprisal to the Israeli Operation Rising Lion. Brushing aside the American-led diplomatic efforts to strike a nuclear deal with Iran, the Israeli forces, in a spectacular display of preparation and daring, struck at several Iranian nuclear facilities, including that of Natanz, Isfahan and Fordo. Tehran has tried to brush off the impact of the Israeli attacks on its nuclear infrastructure to be minimal, but the IAEA chief, Rafael Grossi, has confirmed that the above-ground Natanz enrichment plant has been destroyed by the Israelis.
At Natanz, the above-ground part of the pilot fuel enrichment plant, where Iran was producing uranium enriched up to 60% uranium-235, has been destroyed. Electricity infrastructure at the facility, an electrical substation, main electric power supply building, emergency power supply, and backup generators have also been destroyed. There is no indication of a physical attack on the underground cascade hall containing part of the pilot fuel enrichment plant and the main fuel enrichment plant. However, the loss of power to the cascade may have damaged the centrifuges there. The level of radioactivity outside the Natanz site has remained unchanged and at normal levels, indicating no external radiological impact to the population or the environment from this event.
Striking at the nuclear facilities of another nation is in contravention of the international law, but it is precisely this that the State of Israel has carried out. Besides the strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities, Israel also carried out decapitation strikes on the entire of Iran's top military leadership. In fact, Ali Shamkhani, who was one of the key Iranian negotiators in the negotiations with the United States for a nuclear deal, was killed by Israel as part of these decapitation attacks. But what shape will this war now take, and how long will it now go, will all depend on the level of American involvement.
I very much hope that America will not oppose this, but we have no choice. It's not a binary situation. It's not that if we don't get American support we won't strike, and if we don't strike, we'll be fine. No, if we don't strike, we are 100% certain to perish, because otherwise it won't work out. Therefore, even if it's not perfect, we must do it, because we have to change the trajectory of Iran's progress, both in ballistic weapons and in nuclear weapons, which would mean the end of Israel. That's why I said this. American support, or at least American focus, is highly desirable. I said, leave that to me and Minister Dermer. We were in contact with them through many conversations, many meetings, not all of them public. This is, of course, very important, and I leave the American position to America.
West Asia again stands at the edge of a precipice. All through his campaigning days, Donald Trump had vowed to put America first and to end the cycle of the United States fighting the forever wars. But the possibility of the United States getting sucked into another war in the Middle East, this time initiated by Netanyahu, remains very real. And the question is this: will Donald Trump put America first and refuse to get entangled in another messy war in the Middle East? Or will he take America head first into another confrontation on behalf of America's close ally in the region, Israel? Ukraine is bearing the brunt of the most sustained Russian bombardment since the early stages of Russia's full-scale invasion in February 2022, with an unmistakable increase in the number of drones that are being deployed. Moscow has now pushed ahead with aerial assaults after rejecting an unconditional ceasefire and has outlined some hardline demands rejected by Kiev as ultimatums to halt its 3-year-long invasion. In what appears to be the new normal, Ukrainian cities away from the front lines are increasingly being targeted by large-scale Russian drone attacks, which begs the question, with these incessant, intense drone attacks, has Moscow now avenged the Ukrainian attacks on the Russian nuclear bombers? Our next report gets you more details.
Despite being urged by the United States President Donald Trump to end its 3-year invasion, Moscow has escalated its bombardment of Ukraine. According to figures compiled by the Ukrainian Air Force, since the beginning of this month, Russia has fired an average of 256 projectiles every 24 hours. An overwhelming majority of these are drones, including Shahid-type models, and various decoys designed to confuse Ukraine's air defense systems. On Monday, Ukrainian forces said that Russia launched one of its biggest drone assaults at Ukraine overnight, part of stepped-up operations that were retaliatory measures for Kiev's recent brazen attacks in Russia on the 1st of June. Ukrainian intelligence operation dubbed Spider's Web was prepared over 18 months and conducted by drones that were smuggled close to the Russian air bases and trucks. The brazen assault dealt a powerful symbolic blow to a country that throughout the Ukraine war has not missed an opportunity to remind the world of its nuclear might. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, in an ABC interview that was aired on the 8th of June, claimed that his country's recent attack destroyed over a third of Russia's strategic bombers using cheap drones.
And we have our analytics that we destroyed 34% of their strategic air jets, and especially those jets which they used to attack our civil infrastructure, people. It's not about hundreds, it's about thousands.
From those very aircraft?
Yes, yes. And this is, for us, we think that minimum it's about 30%, 34%, and what we know it's about 41, maybe 42, but 41, it's our estimation, 41 jet, yeah. 7 billion. By the way, a little bit more the price of this operation, I mean this for Russians. More than $7 billion.
Of the overnight barrage of 315 drones launched by Russia, Ukrainian Air Force claimed to have downed 277. In addition to this, all 7 ballistic and cruise missiles fired at Kiev were also brought down. But the hours-long attacks that sparked fires in residential and non-residential neighborhoods and open space areas hit 7 of the city's 10 districts, wounding at least 4 people. Air raid alerts in Kiev and most Ukrainian regions lasted 5 hours until around 5 a.m. local time. Eyewitnesses recounted countless loud explosions shaking the city and lighting the night sky. Another prolonged drone attack was launched by Russia on Ukraine in the early hours of Tuesday, killing 1 person and damaging swaths of Kiev, as well as striking a maternity ward in southern port of Odessa.
At 2 o'clock in the morning, the air raid siren went off and the Shahid drones started coming one by one. There were a lot of hits. One had hit accurately, right into the apartment. As you can see, the apartment is gone. 3, to be precise. Those are the kind of neighbors we have. They're dogs.
The Russian drone assault continued the following night, with Ukraine's second largest city of Kharkiv bearing the brunt of a 9-minute-long drone attack that killed at least 2 people and injured 38, including 5 children. Kharkiv, close to the Russian border in Ukraine's northeast, withstood Russian full-scale advance in the early days of the war and has since been a frequent target of air assaults. Reportedly, there were direct hits on multi-story buildings, private homes, playgrounds, enterprises and public transport. To put things into perspective, in the month of May, for the first time, the number of drones launched by Moscow exceeded 4,000, and this month is likely to set a new record. The fear is, with the peace deal proving elusive so far, the long-suffering Ukrainians in all likelihood seem destined for many more sleepless nights fraught with anxiety and danger.
The second largest city in the United States, Los Angeles, has been rocked by days of demonstrations, beginning from the 6th of June against immigration raids launched by the Trump administration. The protests, which were initially largely confined to just a few blocks of the sprawling city, have now spread to over 40 cities across 23 states, including San Francisco, Chicago, Spokane, New York City, Atlanta, etc. Violent clashes with law enforcement agencies, arson, vandalism and looting have been witnessed. President Trump, who repeatedly exaggerated the scale of the unrest, deployed about 4,000 National Guard troops and 700 American Marines to Los Angeles, despite the objections of local officials claiming that they had lost control of the burning city. At least 565 people have been arrested, mainly in Los Angeles since the protests erupted, including 330 undocumented migrants, and 157 people have been arrested for assault and obstruction, including one for the attempted murder of a police officer. Our next report gets you more details.
Trouble in the sprawling Southern Californian city of Los Angeles, often referred to as the City of Angels, began when masked and armed federal agents carried out sweeping immigration raids on the 6th of June. In New York, migrants were pounced upon at a courthouse in forceful displays of US President Donald Trump's crackdown on people without papers, a signature pledge of his re-election campaign. As Trump seeks to ramp up mass deportations, he has set a goal for border agents of at least 3,000 daily arrests. From courthouses to hardware store parking lots, federal agents wrestled migrants into handcuffs and unmarked vehicles. In Los Angeles, which has a large Latino population, the arrest of dozens of migrants angered residents, who protested against immigration enforcement raids conducted by the Immigration and Customs Enforcement or ICE agency.
These raids are injustices. We got off to record so people could see what's actually going on. They're human beings just like any of us. We're Hispanics, we help the community, we help by doing the labor that people don't want to do. If you're talking about Christianity, almost all of us are Catholics or Christian. Why are they being hypocrites?
The government doesn't listen to us. Nobody listens to us. Nobody. So it's up to us to stand up for our people, no matter how little this might look bad to everybody else, but to us, this is the only way that we're going to get hurt. This is the only way that the government is going to hear us. Whether we get hurt, whether they gas us, whether they throw whatever they're throwing at us, they're never going to stop us. All we have left is our voice. That's all we have left.
After 2 days of confrontations during which federal agents fired flashbang grenades and tear gas towards angry crowds, Trump ordered National Guard troops to Los Angeles in a rare development not witnessed since 1965, and against the wishes of the state governor, Gavin Newsom, who deemed the decision purposefully inflammatory. Democrat Newsom, at the receiving end of Trump's ire over the unrest, has been widely tipped as a possible 2028 presidential candidate. Responding to the deployment of the National Guard, the residents of Los Angeles called the unprecedented measure ludicrous and likened it to an intimidation tactic.
I think it's an intimidation tactic. I think these protests have been peaceful. There's no one trying to do anything sort of damage right now, and yet you have the National Guard with loaded magazines and large guns standing around trying to intimidate Americans from, exercising our First Amendment rights and saying, hey, what we think you're doing is wrong, and we're going to let you know.
The next day, when asked about the clashes occurring in parts of the second biggest US city, Trump, without giving any evidence, labeled the protesters as insurrectionists.
The people that are causing the problem are professional agitators, they're insurrectionists, they're bad people, they should be in jail.
On Tuesday, after several nights of unrest and vandalism, the Los Angeles mayor, Karen Bass, declared an oversight curfew in the downtown area of the city in an attempt to stop vandalism and looting. The curfew continued the following night, but Trump continued to be his usual defiant self and claimed on Thursday that the embattled city of Los Angeles is safe and sound after he ordered troops into the streets. His critics, however, have accused an unrepentant Trump of an authoritarian power grab. The important question at this critical juncture in the United States' social and political history is, will the mushrooming protests turn out to be a seminal moment in the fight against totalitarianism?
The Alpine nation of Austria was shocked by the deadliest mass shooting in its recent history on the 10th of June, when an introvert 21-year-old Austrian youngster, identified by the local media as Arthur A., killed 9 students and a teacher before shooting himself at his former high school in the southern city of Graz. In addition to the deceased, 11 others in the age groups of 15 to 26 years were injured in the incident. 9 of them are in an intensive care unit but in a stable condition. Following the attack, 3 days of mourning was declared by the Austrian government. Our next report gets you more details.
The Central European nation of Austria has one of the most heavily armed civilian populations in Europe, with an estimated 30 firearms per 100 persons, though school shootings are rare, involving few casualties. On Tuesday, however, this sense of safety and protection lay shattered. At about 10 a.m. local time, the first shot pierced through the calm, enveloping the Dreierschützengasse secondary school, close to the main train station in the northwest of Austria's second largest city, Graz. In a roughly 7-minute shooting spree that followed, 9 students aged between 14 and 17 and a teacher, all of whom were Austrian except for one who was Polish, were killed. 51-year-old Paul Nietzsche, who teaches religion at the school, was in a classroom when he heard a bang, followed by the sound of bullet casings hitting the floor of a corridor outside.
Also das Erfahren, ich habe den Blick auf so ein großes Schadensereignis, wenn man das so sagt.
I see such a major incident, if you want to call it that, as a mosaic with lots of pieces. And my piece was that I was sitting alone in a classroom because I don't teach 8-classer, final year, at the moment. They're doing their A-levels. I was working, the door was open. And I heard this bang, and I blocked it out. And it was only when I was in the hallway on the upper floor where I had been sitting, and I heard the bullet casings hit the floor, that something snapped inside me. I jumped up and thought, as a teacher alone in the classroom with a possible attacker, this is a very bad situation.
Als Lehrer mit einem möglichen Attentat allein in der Klasse eine ganz schlechte Ausgangslage.
Reportedly, the quick responding police first arrived at the school 6 minutes after the first emergency call was made at 10 a.m. with a rapid response unit. And a specialist Cobra tactical unit which handles attacks and hostage situations, arriving by 10:17 a.m. The 21-year-old assailant, an introverted Austrian man identified by the local media as Arthur A., was a former student at the high school who had attended for 3 years before breaking off his studies 3 years ago. Shortly after the attack, the motive of which is yet to be ascertained, he took his own life in the school bathroom. Michael Loneger, head of the state of Styria's Criminal Investigation Office, said the perpetrator was introverted and that his great passion appeared to be online first-person shooting games.
Ultimately, what we know so far is that the perpetrator was a very introverted person. He led an extremely reclusive life and was unwilling to participate in normal activities in the real world. He preferred to stay in the virtual world.
Draußen in der realen Welt teilzunehmen. Wir haben festgestellt, dass seine große Leidenschaft.
We found that his greatest passion was participating in online first-person shooter video games. He naturally shared this passion with this community and maintained social relationships there.
Entsprechend geteilt und soziale Kontakte gepflegt.
The assailant, who was born in Styria and lived with his single mother, used a Mercury double-barreled shotgun and a Glock 19 handgun in the shooting, both of which he legally owned and had a firearms license. A handwritten note was found during the search of his home, which illustrated that the perpetrator had planned his crime in great detail. Abandoned plans for a bomb attack and a non-functional pipe bomb were also found besides the farewell letter and a video. A day after the attack, a nationwide minute's silence was held at 10 a.m. local time in memory of the victims. And on all public buildings, the Austrian flag was lowered to half-mast. In the wake of the horrific attack, Austrian President Alexander van der Bellen suggested Austria's gun laws could be changed. In the meanwhile, a nation unfamiliar to mass shootings mourns and struggles to comprehend the seemingly random and indiscriminate attack.
And with that, it's a wrap on this edition of World at War. If you want to reach out to me with any comments, feedback or suggestions, please feel free to do so on the ID that you're seeing on your screens. I'm your host, Mohammed Saleh, and I'll see you again next week. Hello and welcome. You're watching Beyond World is One. My name is Mohammed Saleh, and let's start this broadcast by taking a quick look as to what is making headlines at this hour. Iran strikes Haifa while Israel has targeted Tehran as both launched missile strikes at the same time simultaneously. Israel claims that at least about 3 people have been killed in Haifa. Iran says that Israel has attacked its gas and oil infrastructure in Tehran. The Israeli missile strike causes massive explosion at the oil and gas facilities. And the United States issues fresh advisory to its citizens in Iran and urges them to leave the country immediately amidst the rising tensions.
In the Continental Army, fifes and drums carried commands across the chaos of battle. History to life, sharing the sound. Soldiers were issued 2 coats.
The American President Donald Trump kicks off the 250th birthday of the American Army with mega military parade. This even as the No Kings protests erupt across the country.
Legendary 1919 transcontinental in the Continental Army, fifes and drums carried commands across the chaos of battle. History to life, sharing the sound of soldiers were issued 2 coats. One, military traditions of the Civil War, the first team.
And rain and thunderstorm accompanied by gusty winds brings much needed relief to Delhi NCR from intense heat waves. Alright, so let's start with the big story that we are tracking on WION at this hour. Iran and Israel have intensified their attacks on each other as a wider region conflict looms in West Asia. Iran has now, in some pretty dramatic scenes, struck Haifa, and Israel, on the other hand, has targeted Tehran, as both have launched some massive missile strikes pretty much at the same time. Now, Israel claims to have killed three people have been killed in the attacks in Haifa. Now, Iran's oil ministry has said that the Israeli attacks targeted 2 fuel depots in Tehran. Iran has said that the Shahran oil depot was targeted in the Israeli attack, and the situation, they claim, is now under control.
נופל ב-100%. החתיכות של הטילים...
Now, Israel, on the other hand, claims that Iran targeted its oil and gas refining facility in Haifa.
נופל ב-100%. החתיכות של הטילים...
לא יודע, נפל 50. לא ספרתי.
מה זה? מה זה? אלוהים ישמור.
The United States, on the other hand, has issued some travel advisory for its citizens in Iran. The State Department has asked the US citizens should in fact depart from Iran immediately. All right, now joining us on the broadcast, we've got Mr. James J. Marlow, who's a foreign and defense analyst. Mr. Marlow, thank you very much indeed for joining us here on WION. Now, we've witnessed a very dramatic escalation in just the last 3-4 hours, where both Iran and Israel have struck the oil and gas refining facilities in your assessments, what's actually playing out at this moment?
Well, let me just update you right now. For the last 10 minutes, and I've just moved into a safe room, there has been the red alert system, which has been activated across the country. I understand since when you've been introducing the headlines that around 50 to 60 missiles have been fired now in the last few minutes towards Israel. The system here is very clever because you have what's known as the home command that alerts that whether the missile has actually been activated from Yemen or from Iran, it takes maybe between 2, 3, 4, 10 minutes sometimes before it actually enters into Israeli airspace, if it makes it that far. In other words, if it's not shut down. Because there are so many, some of them are getting through at this point. And then, of course, people have got plenty of time to get into their safe rooms. Some of them run, and therefore there are accidents. I can't tell you about casualties at this point. Right now, obviously, this is a full-scale war which is taking place. So the authorities want to keep down exactly if missiles are landing, not for those to be actually taken, shown, and put on social media, because obviously that helps the enemy. But there's no question about it. What's taking place right now was expected and will continue in the coming days.
Are you surprised at the scale of the Iranian response that has come through? Because this is the first time that civilian areas within the state of Israel have come under attack by ballistic missiles of this nature.
Well, it's not the first time, because this actually is the third round from the Iranians' point of view who have actually fired ballistic missiles, besides the drones and all the different projectiles. So Israel was expecting this. Was aware of this, and it believes it's pretty much got it under control. One of the things that have actually prompted
Mr. Malo,
Israel
if I can just interject you there, last year in the month of March and April, and then again in October, when the Iranians had carried out these missile and drone strikes, they said that they were sticking more to just military targets such as the Israeli air bases. But what we've witnessed in the last 24, 36 hours is that civilian areas and residential areas such as Tel Aviv have been struck in a manner that we've never witnessed in the last 7 decades of the Israeli history.
Well, that's what the Iranians said, but I'm not sure that many Israelis or many people around the world really believe that. The Iranians have called for the death, the destruction of Israel, and also death to America for more than 20 years. So anything that they say can't really be taken. I believe there was a report this morning to say that hundreds of people have been killed. The Iranians were saying this inside of Israel. It's simply not true. It's misinformation. One of the reasons why I think Israel, and I have to tell you, here in Israel, there's a lot of Israelis who've been, it's beyond their expectations as to what they've carried out inside of Iran at this point, not just hitting the nuclear plants, but also hitting the Iranian guards, taking out their main commandos, the head of military. I mean, they've got this intelligence which is just beyond expectations, clearly on the ground. They had at one time drones which are flying across Iran, if they're not already happening right now, plus Israeli planes, Israeli fighter jets inside the Iranian airspace. And the reason why you're seeing this right now is because that Iran, for many, many years, built up this sort of outer zone protection for it, i.e. Hezbollah in Lebanon, and obviously the Assad regime in Syria, Hamas and Islamic Jihad inside of Gaza with their long-range missiles. And Iran always felt protected. So when it also called for the destruction of Israel, it believed that it had a very high element of protection. Now, because a lot of Hezbollah has been taken out, certainly its military leadership, and it says that it will not get involved in this war. Assad regime has obviously fallen. Hamas and Islamic Jihad, yes, they're still fighting in Gaza, but they're very much restricted. So now Iran has been hit. And this was the plan of the government all the time, working alongside the IDF. And when President Trump came into power, Netanyahu and the government felt this was a great opportunity. Even the International Atomic Energy Agency actually admitted that it was beyond their understanding as to why there's so much enrichment of uranium which was taking place, which they released this report last Thursday. And also the other thing
Right.
as well, which I think a lot of people is not taking into account, is many of the news networks have been reporting that there's been a lot of tension between Netanyahu and President Trump. It seems to be that that wasn't the case, and that, again,
we'll come to that. Mr. Malo, we'll come to that. There are many different issues that are all relevant to what is happening at this moment. You're right when you point out about the disparity between the technological prowess of the Israelis, who are, of course, backed by the Americans. The Israelis have access to some of the most top-notch weapons that the Americans, of course, provide them with, while the Iranians, on the other hand, have to make do with the ballistic missiles, which, by and large, they've managed to manufacture themselves. So there is a clear disparity in terms of their technological and military capabilities. Meanwhile, what we are witnessing at this moment are some live images of, one assumes, Iranian ballistic missiles that are being intercepted by the Israeli Iron Dome interceptors, but still you do see that some of these missiles still manage to get through. Take a look at these images. All right, so these are the live images that are being beamed straight from Tel Aviv. We also heard the sirens blare out, telling the people there that they need to take immediate shelter because of imminent danger, possibly from these ballistic missiles and drones that have been fired. We've got with us Mr. James Malo, who's, of course, joining us from the state of Israel. Mr. Malo, before I proceed any further, I hope you're in a safe place and it is okay for you to talk to us.
So I'm happy to continue. I don't know if you can hear some explosions around me, but I'm in a safe room right now. Whilst you were just showing those pictures, again, I'm getting alerts, which is the red alert system, the sirens as such, which is across the country. I'm also hearing from the IDF that, again, at this point, they're bombing certain places in Iran. I can't tell you exactly where at this point. But again, you've got just millions of people just running to the shelters right now, or they're probably in the shelters at coming up on 10 to 3 o'clock in the morning. Kind of very inconvenient for a lot of people because with little kids and things like that. Perhaps I can just point out just one thing that you said just before you went to the pictures.
Sure, go ahead.
With regard to the Israeli arms coming from America. I have to tell you that there are a number of Israeli companies, and there was a report that was released by the Israeli Ministry of Defense just over a week ago, which I spent a lot of time in looking through that. And it looked at the sales of Israeli arms going across the world. And they are the highest now than they've ever been before, because Israel is a mass producer of arms, which not just includes missiles and launchers and also the air defense systems, but also armored vehicles as well, and all sorts of defense mechanisms to shoot down missiles, not the Iron Dome as such, of course, and not the David Sling. And you mentioned that it was Iron Dome shooting down. It may not be, actually, because when it comes to ballistic missiles, we've actually got a system called the Arrow. It's the Arrow 3. The Arrow 3 can actually get up into outer space and knock out some of these international ballistic missiles which are coming from Iran, because they're also going to outer space. The Iron Dome wouldn't work for that. The Iron Dome takes out rockets that come from Lebanon and from Gaza and maybe from Syria. The David Sling is something which is in between those. So there are different mechanisms, and Israel has built all this up. They're actually saying a lot of them across the world, including in Asia, certainly in places in the Middle East where they've got relations. But their biggest buyers, believe it or not, is the Europeans and Britain. So some of the European Britain is actually criticizing Israel from a political point of view, for political reasons, but at the same time, they're buying more arms from Israel at this time of volatility in the world today, where the Europeans have been told to start reinforcing their defense systems because of a potential threat, maybe from Russia or China or somewhere else.
I think you've made a very important point there. It is indeed true that the state of Israel, of course, manufactures and is also a very large exporter of arms. These are arms that are used by different nations. It has markets in Europe. That of course, is a point that's well taken, Mr. Marlow. But I also want to, in fact, want you to weigh in on what is happening at this moment. Ever since the Israeli Prime Minister began with Operation Rising Lion, a lot of people would in fact turn around and say that this perhaps is a missed opportunity. What could have been achieved through means of diplomacy is now being attempted to be achieved through military means. Because the Iranians were at the negotiating table, the Iranians wanted to strike a deal. The Iranians have always maintained that they don't want nuclear weapons, and it's only a peaceful civilian nuclear program that they want. With that being the case, why did the Israeli leadership decide to start this war?
Well, they've said that, but again, a lot of people didn't believe that. And there was those people who worked for the IAEA who've now left, who've given another number of interviews to American networks and also Israeli networks to say that we never believed them in the first place, that they were enriching so much uranium. In fact, actually, Iran is the only country in the world today that enriches that much uranium for so-called peaceful purposes and for a peaceful nuclear facility. And the world just didn't believe it, including, by the way, President Trump. He was advised, he gave them 60 days, they were in negotiations, and it seems to be, as we're finding out right now, is that 60-day period expired on early Friday morning, Thursday night, Friday morning. President Trump claims he knew about it all the time and he gave the go-ahead. Since that time, he said, I want the Iranians to come back to the negotiating table. I don't think they will at this point. They're very stubborn. President Trump said that they are very, very good, tough negotiators. The Israelis were a little bit concerned that maybe they were such tough negotiators that they may be taken for a ride like the previous American administrations. But President Trump seems to have kept to his word. Now, the only thing that may change is if the Iranians are so angry about allowing the Israelis to do exactly what we're seeing right now. And what I'm hearing is that the fire is still burning way out of control, even though the Iranians claim that they've got it under control in the oil facilities in Iran itself. But if the Iranians get really angry, they may just go for some American bases, which are much closer to them than, of course, Israel is. Now, if that's the case, then, of course, the Americans would jump into the war. So they're probably weighing that up right now as to what is the right decision, to keep hitting Israel, or maybe we should just send America a message. Because after all, the Iranians have also said death to America.
All right. We'll have to leave it there. We're completely out of time. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Marlow, for joining us with your perspective. Let's now shift our attention to what is happening in the United States of America. There is a pretty massive military parade that is unfolding to celebrate the 250th birthday of the American Army. So it is the birthday of the American Army, and it's happening against the backdrop of a No Kings protest. What's also interesting is that the American President Donald Trump kicked off the military parade, and it was also his 79th birthday. So the American president is 79 years young, and he was looking pleased as punch as he stood up and waved and also saluted the soldiers who were walking past in this march past.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, celebrating 250 years. With independence won, our nation's westward expansion began. The Army moved in step, guarding settlers as native scouts lit the way. Immigrants shaping the Army's identity and function across the force. Soldiers were issued 2 coats. One, a short sack coat for work and battle with brass buttons and color.
Donald Trump, of course, walked on a huge stage in front of the White House with First Lady Melania Trump before a 21-gun salute rang out and the American national anthem played. Now, all this, of course, is unfolding in the United States at the moment. The opponents of President Trump's agenda are rallying in hundreds of cities nationwide for a No Kings protest, following several days of nationwide demonstrations against federal immigration raids, including in places such as Los Angeles, where Donald Trump has deployed the National Guard and the U.S. Marines. The protests are timed to counter-program a massive military parade, which coincides with Donald Trump's 79th birthday in Washington, D.C. The event is expected to include about 6,600 soldiers, 50 helicopters and 60-ton M1 Abrams tanks, as well as possibly 200,000 attendees and heightened security to match that.
We are in Love Park in Philadelphia, and today we are just advocating. We are marching. No king in the United States, no king in our cities, no king in our states. We're advocating for the rights of our immigrant families.
It is the 250th birthday of the US Army, the world's most powerful army at the moment. And also simultaneously there are these protests, the No Kings protests that are underway against Donald Trump. And our correspondent Susan Tehrani is joining us over the phone line with more details. Susan, talk to us a bit about the significance of this military parade that is taking place.
Yeah, Mohammed, as you mentioned, significant indeed, because these parades were very commonplace before the Cold War and sort of after the Cold War and Vietnam. They weren't so popular, and President Trump is trying to reinstate that sort of spirit of patriotism to the United States and really celebrate the military with this parade. It was interesting that John Fetterman, who's a Democrat from Pennsylvania, was saying that, regardless of your politics, ultimately, these are the sons and daughters of everyday Americans who go to the military and fight for the country. So for one day, you can put your differences aside and come together and celebrate these individuals who put their lives on the line, America's heroes, if you may. But nonetheless, there are those that, not surprisingly, are demonstrating against this parade. They call it a No Kings parade, demonstrations across the United States in around 2,000 cities countrywide, saying that they believe that Donald Trump is acting like a king. But let me give you some scale and some numbers, which may be interesting for our viewers. Approximately 6,600 soldiers are participating, about 150 military vehicles, including N-1 Abrams. 50 aircrafts have been featured. You see troops and equipment, of course, marching from Lincoln Memorial along Constitution Avenue to the National Mall. And then you also obviously see that the weather is somewhat cooperating now, but they're worried about thunderstorms coming, so the parade started about half hour earlier. 60% of Americans view the parade as being a national pride. And many Americans, however, are concerned about how much money was spent on the parade. Millions was spent not only, to put the parade together, but to fix D.C. streets. I think it's interesting. They're watching it, but just very quickly, I think what everyone wants to see is President Trump's speech at the end of this parade, which comes at a very critical time in world events.
Absolutely, indeed, and a very impressive parade it is, which President Trump, of course, is watching, sitting right there. Thank you very much indeed, Susan Tehrani, for joining us and getting us all those details
of
there.
the Civil War, the first team forged its reputation on the front lines of history. They stormed Manila.
And with that, it's also a wrap on this edition of our newscast. Stay tuned to WION.
The stress of our world can take a toll on our physical and emotional health. Here, in New York's Catskill Mountains, lies a luxurious place of healing called WION Wellness Center. The WION Wellness Center provides 500,000 square feet of natural methods to manage diabetes, hypertension, chronic pain, obesity, depression, anxiety, and other conditions. We use the traditions of centuries-old natural science from India, yoga, Ayurveda, acupuncture, and naturopathy in personalized programs that help you take charge of your own health. A minimum 5-day stay is recommended for best results. Book now at yo1.com.
From the bustling trading floors of Wall Street to the vibrant exchanges of Asian stock markets, WION breaks it down for you to make sense of what's happening, as we reveal the key factors behind events, strategic battles, and the game-changing business decisions that shape the world. We bring you all of this and more on World Business Watch.
WION Health Resort is unique, the only one of its kind. Experience the 4 paths of natural wellness: yoga, Ayurveda, acupuncture, and naturopathy. Each uniquely customized program improves the whole person to make every person whole. Come to WION Health Resort. Make your reservation at yo1.com.
And welcome back. Thanks very much for staying on with us. This is our continuous comprehensive coverage of the latest coming in from West Asia. I'm Molly Gambhir. A quick look first at the top stories making headlines. Of blasts heard in Tehran as Iran and Israel exchanged drone and missile fire. Iran's Revolutionary Guard saying the country has struck sites used by Israeli warplanes for refueling in retaliation for strikes carried out by Israel. Iran says Israel attacked its gas and oil infrastructure in Tehran. Israeli missile strikes caused massive explosion at gas and oil facilities. US issues fresh advisory to its citizens in Iran, urges them to leave the country immediately amid the rising tensions.
In the Continental Army, fifes and drums carried commands across the chaos of battle. History to life, sharing the sound. Soldiers were issued 2 coats. One, cavalry traditions of the Civil War.
President Donald Trump kicks off 250th birthday of the US Army with mega military parade. This even as No Kings protests erupt across the country.
In the Continental Army, fifes and drums carried commands across the chaos of battle. History to life, sharing the sound. Soldiers were issued 2 coats. One, cavalry traditions of the Civil War. The first team. We continue on with more USA World War I rolling stock. This 1918 Dodge Touring.
Rain and thunderstorm accompanied by gusty winds bring much needed relief to Delhi NCR from the intense heat wave. And in news just coming in right this minute, a series of blasts heard in Tehran. The IDF says it has completed an extensive series of strikes in Tehran related to the Iranian regime's nuclear weapons project. And in the latest, in a tweet, the IDF saying the sites it has targeted included the Iranian Ministry of Defense headquarters, the headquarters of the SPND nuclear project, and additional targets, which it said advanced the Iranian regime's efforts to obtain a nuclear weapon and where the Iranian regime hid its nuclear archive. This as Iran and Israel exchanged drone and missile fire. Iran's Revolutionary Guard saying the country has struck sites used by Israeli warplanes for refueling in retaliation for strikes carried out by Israel. That's the latest coming in at this point as Iran-Israel exchange missile and drone fire. In the latest, a series of blasts have been heard in Tehran, and the IDF has said it has completed an extensive series of strikes in Tehran related to the Iranian regime's nuclear weapons project. And the IDF has also said that the sites it has targeted included the Iranian Ministry of Defense headquarters. The Iranian Ministry of Defense headquarters being targeted are also the headquarters of the SPND nuclear project and additional targets, which it said advance the Iranian regime's efforts to obtain a nuclear weapon and where the Iranian regime hid its nuclear archive. Israel has struck Iran. Iran has hit back. Let's just take a look now at how precision strikes are redefining modern warfare.
Israel has been preparing for this day for many years. Israel argued that Iran's nuclear and ballistic missile programs were an existential threat to itself. So on the 13th of June 2025, the Israel-Iran conflict stopped being a shadow war and it turned real. Israel carried out a massive attack in Iran. Codenamed Operation Rising Lion. The operation involved dozens of Israeli fighter jets targeting the country's nuclear facilities, ballistic missile sites, the residences of top generals and nuclear scientists.
Moments ago, Israel launched Operation Rising Lion, a targeted military operation to roll back the Iranian threat to Israel's very survival.
Israel sent Mossad commandos deep into Iran to destroy Iranian weapons system. The Mossad spy agency released rare footage of covert operations conducted inside Iran. Take a look. Under the cover of darkness, Mossad agents infiltrated central Iran. They gathered critical on-ground intel and helped neutralize radar systems and S-300 anti-aircraft batteries. With weapons and drones they smuggled in, enabling Israeli jets to enter Iranian airspace. The footage shows precision drone strikes on missile sites near Tehran. Israel says the mission allowed its air force to conduct more than 100 coordinated strikes using 200 aircraft. Israel's precision strike identified each man, tracked down the target and struck at his most vulnerable moment. Major General Hossein Salami, Commander-in-Chief of the Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps, or IRGC. Iranian media confirmed that he was killed at his fortified residence in Sharak Shahid Mahallati. A micro-drone infiltrated his study and detonated with surgical precision. Mohammad Bagheri, Iran's armed forces chief of staff, the country's highest military position. Israeli military said Bagheri was eliminated at a temporary coordination hub in North Tehran. Israeli drones triangulated his position using cellular signal interception. Then a laser-guided munition did the rest. Feridun Abbasi Davani, former Atomic Energy Organization chief, he was targeted en route to a secure facility. A quadcopter drone, pre-programmed and GPS-locked, struck his vehicle and killed him. According to IDF, General Amir Ali Hajizadeh, commander of the IRGC Aerospace Force, was killed at Asfajabad after stepping out of a hardened bunker. A loitering munition hit his parked vehicle just as he approached. Israel says each target was the product of months of surveillance and a strike matrix that synchronized bombs with biometric certainty. Iran has long maintained that its nuclear program is for civilian purposes only. It has several facilities around Iran, some of which have been targeted in the Israeli strikes. One such is the Natanz nuclear complex. Natanz nuclear complex, Israel and the International Atomic Energy Agency confirmed the strikes at the Natanz nuclear site, which is around 250 kilometers from Tehran. Natanz is Iran's main uranium enrichment site. However, this isn't the first time precision strikes have been used. In 2020, Iranian General Qasem Soleimani was killed by a US drone attack. The general arrived at Baghdad International Airport on a flight from Syria early on the 3rd of January 2020. While he was leaving the airport with officials, their convoy was hit by missiles fired by a US drone. Soleimani died along with 9 other people in the precise strike near Baghdad airport in Iraq.
Last year, in November 2024, a precision strike by Israel in the Lebanese capital, Beirut, resulted in the death of Mohammed Rashid Saqafi, the commander of Hezbollah's communications unit. In February 2025, the Israeli military eliminated Hamas's operations department head in the coastal Lebanese city of Sidon. According to the Israel Defense Forces, Mohammed Shaheen was eliminated as he started planning attacks directed and funded by Iran. And very recently, on the 13th of May this year, IDF struck an underground infrastructure beneath the European hospital in Gaza's Khan Yunis, in which Hamas chief Mohammed Sinwar was killed. It was a place where Sinwar was believed to be hiding. Later, IDF released a video showcasing the alleged underground hideout and how a precision strike was carried out. A day after the Israeli strikes, Iran retaliated with barrages of missiles. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps said it attacked dozens of targets in Israel. The Israeli military said most of the missiles were intercepted. Images from the city of Ramat Gan near Tel Aviv show blown-out buildings, destroyed vehicles, and streets strewn with debris. It is also reported that the United States may have quietly delivered hundreds of Hellfire missiles to Israel before its unprecedented attack on Iran. Weighing 45 kilograms, these missiles are developed for precision drone strikes. Reportedly, the US has possibly sent around 300 Hellfire missiles to Israel in a large-scale stock-up of supplies before its attack. Precision-guided weapons have diminished the importance of geographical barriers. They can penetrate deep into enemy territory, precisely target positions and assets, and cause minimal collateral damage to surrounding areas and civilians. These weapons are transforming the dynamics of modern military warfare.
Iran's latest strikes on Israel led to widespread destruction. Various apartments and residential streets were hit after a fresh series of attacks. One of the worst impacted areas that came under the direct hit of Iranian missiles is Ramat Gan, with blown-out buildings, destroyed vehicles, and streets strewn with debris. Ramat Gan is a city in the Tel Aviv district of Israel, located east of the municipality of Tel Aviv, and is part of the Gush Dan metropolitan area. It is home to a diamond exchange district, Sheba Medical Center, and many high-tech industries. Air raid sirens sounded across Israel as authorities urged the public to take shelter.
We heard the siren. We were lucky to run to the shelter. We were sitting in the shelter, and then we heard such a boom. It was awful. We were sure that the missile hit our building. We had, of course, to wait until we were allowed to go out. We went out. We went out. We saw the windows and shuttered and everything broken, destroyed. The house, we went to the house. The house looked awful.
We went into the safe room. We locked it properly, sealed it properly. Me, my wife, our 2 kids, and the dog. We heard the interceptions, which were really, really loud. And then after a few minutes, we could feel something was incoming, because we could really feel the interceptions close to us. And then we heard a very loud boom.
Missiles were seen over Tel Aviv's skyline. Drone video showed destroyed homes and rescue teams gathered on the site of an Iranian missile strike in central Israel. Israelis inspected the damage to their homes in the city of Rishon LeZion, which is 8 kilometers to the south of Tel Aviv. Destroyed buildings and cars could be seen in the street as residents and rescue workers tried to salvage belongings. Israel said Iran fired salvos of 200 ballistic missiles in 4 batches, which first penetrated deep into the parts of central Israel. At a time when tensions between Israel and Iran continue to shoot up, India has distanced itself from the Shanghai Cooperation Organization statement that condemned the recent Israeli strikes on Iran, clarifying that it did not participate in the discussions that led to the remarks. The Ministry of External Affairs reiterated New Delhi's independent stance on the escalating conflict and emphasized on the need for de-escalation through diplomatic dialogue. It stated that India had already made its position clear on June 13 and had chosen not to participate in the discussions leading to the SCO's joint statement. The ministry also said that the Indian External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar had recently spoken with his Iranian counterpart, conveying the deep concern of the international community and reiterating the need to avoid further escalation and return to diplomatic processes. In fact, Israel launched that massive aerial offensive targeting Iran's military and nuclear infrastructure on Friday. The strikes killed several high-ranking Iranian scientists and military officers. And in retaliation, Iran launched close to 200 ballistic missiles at Israeli targets.
This operation will continue.
The SCO statement accused Israel of targeting civilian infrastructure and causing multiple casualties, including children, calling the attacks a gross violation of international law and the UN Charter. The SCO is a China-led regional bloc comprising countries including China, Russia, Pakistan, Iran, India, and several Central Asian countries. And on to news just coming in. Sirens and explosions being heard in Jerusalem and Tel Aviv as Iran has announced missile salvos against Israel. Israel's military confirmed the development. In a post on X, it said that millions of Israelis were running for shelter as sirens sound in dozens of cities and communities around the country. That's the latest coming in at this point, with sirens and explosions being heard in Jerusalem and Tel Aviv. Iran announcing missile salvos against Israel and Israel's military confirming the development. In a post on X, it said millions of Israelis were running for shelter as sirens sound in dozens of cities and communities around the country.
موجة من الهجمات على إيران وفي المقابل يستقبل الصواريخ في هذه الأثناء.
And for more on all of this, joining us on the broadcast this minute is Dr. Saeed Imaman. Thanks very much for being here. I have to ask you first to comment on the latest, the way the situation is unfolding and the way things have changed in just a span of a few hours. The way things started out. At this point, what is your assessment of where things could be headed?
First of all, I would like to thank you for inviting me here again. Actually, as I mentioned in last interview a few hours ago with your colleague, one thing that is very important is that to always remind ourselves that it was Israel that attacked Iran and invaded Iranian territory by unprovoked and illegitimate kind of the war imposition. So it's very important to know that it's Iran's right for self-defense and based on the all international regulation and rules. So I would like to first of all to say sorry for the India's stance that has disassociated itself from the condemnation of the Israelis' strike, that it's very much against any kind of the international law. So we, Iran and India, has a very good position in political interaction and relation. So Iranians all expect India to be much more clear with regards condemnation of the Israelis' violation of all human rights and the international laws. So it's the first point. The second point is that because Israel has continued today to attack Iranian infrastructure and civilians, Iran has started this evening at least 3 rounds of the missile attack on Haifa and Tel Aviv. Based on some videos that has been showed, the attacks has been to some extent successful, more than expected. At the same time, Israel has continued since the early hours of this morning, at the second day of his invasion, has continued to strike different targets in Iran, particularly in very, very civilized neighborhood. So this evening also it happened in Tehran. Still, we don't have clear reports of some casualties of that attack and any specific targets. But we know that Israel has targeted some official buildings that, so in the evening, all of them are empty. Of course, that is symbolic kind of the attack. And also Israel has attacked some fuel banks in east of Tehran that they are also very symbolic because he needed to show his supporters and the Israelis settlers that yes, he has done something symbolic in Tehran. But everyone should know that Iranian retaliation, first of all, is very legal and legitimate, and secondly, it seems that operationally very successful. So Iran is going just to show that it is not going to give up to the Israelis' invasion and aggression, illegitimate aggression. And Iran is going to have to use its rights for self-defense is something that is expected from any kind of the civilizational nation like Iran against some colonial state that is very superficial, like Israel, that has been based on occupation and colonial mentality. Iran is continuing to defend itself, and it seems that operationally also it's something plausible has happened this evening.
All right, we're leaving it there for the moment. Thanks very much for joining us with your perspectives.
My pleasure. Thank you.
And with that, we're taking a very short break right now. Stay with us. We'll be right back. This is me, Molly Gambhir, signing off.
The stress of our world can take a toll on our physical and emotional health. Here, in New York's Catskill Mountains, lies a luxurious place of healing called WION Wellness Center. The WION Wellness Center provides 500,000 square feet of natural methods to manage diabetes, hypertension, chronic pain, obesity, depression, anxiety, and other conditions. We use the traditions of centuries-old natural science from India, yoga, Ayurveda, acupuncture, and naturopathy in personalized programs that help you take charge of your own health. A minimum 5-day stay is recommended for best results. Book now at yo1.com.
The Earth is sending distress signals. Wildfires, droughts, and melting glaciers. Can we reverse the damage? Explore the harrowing effects of climate change. It's a wake-up call. Global emergency. Climate Tracker on WION World is One.
WION Health Resort is unique, the only one of its kind. Experience the 4 paths of natural wellness: yoga, Ayurveda, acupuncture, and naturopathy. Each uniquely customized program improves the whole person to make every person whole. Come to WION Health Resort. Make your reservation at yo1.com.
To bring the benefits of the Subhash Chandra Show to your educational institution, teachers and students, send an invitation to Juhi Jha at juhi@such.org.in.
Hello and welcome. You're watching WION World is One. I'm Jyotsna Kumar. Let's begin with the headlines. Sirens and explosions heard in Jerusalem and Tel Aviv as Iran announces missile salvos against Israel. Series of blasts heard in Tehran as Iran and Israel exchange drone and missile fire. Iran's Revolutionary Guard say the country has struck sites used by Israeli warplanes for refueling in retaliation for strikes carried out by Israel. U.S. issues fresh advisory to its citizens in Iran, urges them to leave the country immediately amid rising tensions.
In the Continental Army, fifes and drums carried commands across the chaos of battle. History to life, sharing the sound and soldiers were issued 2 coats. One, the cavalry traditions of the Civil War. The first team
U.S. President Donald Trump kicks off 250th birthday of U.S. Army with mega military parade. This even as No Kings protests erupt across the country. Russian President Vladimir Putin tells his U.S. counterpart Donald Trump Moscow is ready to hold a fresh round of peace talks with Kiev after 22nd of June, once the sides complete exchanging prisoners and soldiers' body. Rain and thunderstorm accompanied by gusty winds bring much needed relief to Delhi NCR from intense heat wave. We begin with some breaking news just coming in. Israel has struck Iranian Defense Ministry headquarters, and IDF says it has completed an extensive series of strikes in Tehran related to the Iranian regime's nuclear weapons project. In a tweet, the IDF says the sites it has targeted included the Iranian Ministry of Defense headquarters, the headquarters of the SPND nuclear project, and additional targets, now which it said advanced the Iranian regime's efforts to obtain a nuclear weapon and where the Iranian regime hid its nuclear archive. In Israel, sirens and explosions are being heard in Jerusalem and Tel Aviv as Iran has announced a fresh missile salvo against Israel. Israel's military has confirmed the development in a post on social media X. It said that millions of Israelis were running for shelter as sirens sound in dozens of cities and communities around the country. All right, we have just breaking news just coming in. Israel has struck Iranian Defense Ministry headquarters. IDF has said and has claimed that it has completed an extensive series of strikes in Tehran related to the Iranian regime's nuclear weapons project. In a tweet, the IDF says the sites it has targeted included the Iranian Ministry of Defense headquarters, the headquarters of the SPND nuclear project, and additional targets, which IDF has said advanced the Iranian regime's efforts to obtain a nuclear weapon and where the Iranian regime hid its nuclear archive. Meanwhile, in Israel, sirens and explosions are being heard in Jerusalem and Tel Aviv as Iran announces a fresh missile salvo against Israel. And to discuss more, we're now being joined by John Spencer. He is the chair of Urban Warfare Studies and Modern Warfare Institute. He's also a defense analyst. Thank you so much for joining us. Now, let's just get into it. We are seeing no calm in this conflict, but as of now, how long will Israel be able to sustain a war against Iran, and where are things going according to you right now where there's no calm right now?
Sure. I mean, we have to look to Israel's leadership for that. What are their objectives and how long do they say it will take to achieve that objective? Israel, from the opening salvo, has said their objective is to roll back Iran's nuclear and ballistic missile program, and Israel has extensively rolled that back by years, eliminating 20 senior commanders, 9 nuclear scientists, hitting 3 of the nuclear enrichment sites, hitting ballistic missile sites, hitting air defense systems, in about 7 waves. Israel says it will continue the operation until it achieves its goal. Now, Iran has sent retaliation, and it's not tit for tat. Iran has, as you read, just with the IDF tweet, but Iran has launched salvos of about 180 to now, as we're actually speaking, another salvo, probably over 200 ballistic missiles and drones towards Israel, and about 90% of those are stopped, but anywhere from 10 to 20 missiles have hit mainly civilian areas, and that's a big stark difference between the precision of the IDF and what they're doing in Iran. It's mainly civilian buildings that are being hit inside of Israel, now in Jerusalem and Tel Aviv again. Where this goes, I personally believe the United States has offered a hand to the Islamic regime in Iran, again, for negotiations that bring this to an end, and hopefully they take that, because I do believe that the United States could play a major role in ending this very specific kind of operation, war, if you will.
Right, and I will definitely come to you because you've picked that up. But also, if you could just help us understand, you talked about Israel's goal. What could possibly Israel want to achieve with this war? Because it started with first going after nuclear facilities, then the military regime after killing a lot of military leaders. Now he's also told the Iranians to stand up against the regime. What do you think could be the objective of Netanyahu and Israel at this point?
Yeah, and it's a democratic country. The prime minister talked to the people, to Israel as much as he did to the world, and he did make a statement for the Iranian people, because of the million peoples of Iran. Most of them are freedom-loving, and they don't support the Islamic regime and their policies of building a nuclear bomb, of their building of these terror armies around Israel, like Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, Shia-backed militias in Iraq. But I don't think that Israel's goal is a regime change. As a matter of fact, they haven't said that. While their operation is limited, as in to roll back that nuclear program that was on the cusp of a breakout, according to the United States and Israeli intelligence, but many others. I mean, the IAEA said that for the first time in 20 years, Iran is in violation of the nuclear proliferation obligation, as in that they were building a nuclear bomb despite the negotiations and not negotiating in good faith. Where this ends is the question. Because every time that Iran retaliates, and then Israel is retaliating in kind, and now you see Israel hitting oil and gas facilities, part of the infrastructure and economy of Iran. So hopefully, the objective will be determined by Iran, and when they can either give up their nuclear bomb pursuits, because war is a contest of will. Of course, Israel has set the objectives, but that can be determined today, and why President Trump has said, even right now, this may force a negotiation that the Islamic regime was refusing to have. Let's negotiate. Give up your nuclear ambitions. There's no reason why they have any enrichment, and definitely no reason to have a nuclear bomb. And that's probably would be the point of where this ends. But continuing to retaliate against Israeli civilian sites, and maybe they're aiming for military sites like the Kiryat in Tel Aviv, but they're not hitting them, and they're missing and hitting civilian sites and sending the entire population of Israel into bomb shelters. The geography, there's some differences here, and I don't like when, not you, but other media have said this is tit for tat. Israel has stated its goals. The Islamic regime in Iran has only said reckless statements about destroying the Zionist regime, destroying Israel, and then turning to the United States, who they view as supporting this operation. In my opinion, that would be the fatal mistake, and would only escalate this, and would be the end of the regime if they decided to target a U.S. base or a U.S. vessel or something in the region.
Exactly. Now, you picked up the U.S. bases. Tehran has clearly warned. You talked about diplomacy and coming on the table. Do you think after this whole conflict is escalating that there could be any possibility of actually talks when Tehran has clearly rejected ones in a couple of hours ago? They just rejected the talks on table. Do you think after this escalation there's any chance of any table talks?
I mean, so as somebody who teaches strategy at a very high level, there's always interest, right? So, I mean, there's three reasons that people go to war: pride, interests, and fear. So there is, of course, Iranian Islamic regime in Iran pride, right, of being this hurt, elimination of 20 senior commanders, the head commander of the military, the head of the IRGC, the head of the Quds Force. There's a lot of pride there. But I do think that diplomacy, because if not, that number one interest that all nations and even terrorist regimes have, which is survival, you would think, and we apply this rational actor theory, that Islamic regime would say, okay, look, we want diplomacy and talk about a new negotiation, and maybe they don't agree to everything, but it's almost a rational actor theory, like you need to negotiate because Israel is showing overwhelming. Israel controls Iran's skies right now. It has air supremacy, like you just showed. They're hitting the Ministry of Defense in Tehran. They have complete superiority over Iran's skies to hit what they want based on their objectives. And on the other side, Iran's 90% of their salvos they can get off at this point are being defeated by both the Iron Dome, David's Sling, Arrow 3, and U.S. forces deployed to the area, and more U.S. forces are on the way to assist defending American interest and in Israel, of course.
So then, do you think that if this does escalate and Iran does retaliate and does attack these U.S. bases, U.S. can get into this war? And if it does, where does it lead to?
Yeah, I mean, this is, again, nobody wants to see any more wars, although this was a preemptive strike, to include a historical one, a preemptive strike based on intelligence, not just of Israeli intelligence, but I mean, President Trump gave Iran 60 days. This preemptive strike was on the 61st day. If Iran made that fatal mistake to hit it in a U.S. base, and the President Trump and U.S. officials have given plenty of warning, that would be a grave mistake. And while Israel is very powerful, it's not the United States military. It's not the United States Air Force. And that would be the end of the regime. It would seal its fate. And again, this is not about the Iranian people, but that would be a fatal mistake. And where that would lead to, as in U.S. involvement, direct involvement, right? This is where Iran is trying to say the United States is involved, and the United States says, we're not involved. It's not U.S. aircraft. Of course, U.S. are doing defensive operations on the ground. But if that calculus changes, then the whole strategic calculation of this war changes.
All right. So as of now, let's go back to Israel. So Israel has said that, and you also mentioned IAEA mentioned for the first time that Iran is capable of making nuclear weapons, and Israel is trying to kind of destroy those nuclear targets. Do you think Israel, as of now, is capable of doing that, especially the ones that are located underground?
Yeah, that's been a great question, and I posted about this before. The idea that Israel needs a single bunker-busting bomb dropped by a B-2 bomber, it can't do that. Israel has shown in the last 20 months that it has the ability to hit things at deep depth doing something called drilling, where they take a bunker-busting munition that might not be able to hit the depth of like Fordo, which is 80 feet plus 200 feet underground, but they have a technique called drilling where they can just drill into the ground because they have air superiority. They don't need a one-shot bunker-busting munition. They can, like they just killed Mohammed Sinwar in Gaza, they used 50 bunker-busting munitions in a matter of 30 seconds all around the site in which the terrorist leader at that time in Gaza was at. It's beyond my ability to know if they can truly hit at that depth. And again, the goal, which is for a military guy, matters. Israel has stated its goal is to roll the nuclear program back. Right? The ultimate goal is to change the Islamic regime's behavior, not to pursue a nuclear weapon. It isn't to destroy, which leads you to even the sensitivity, the dangers in which the IAEA has been reporting on. Like, if you hit a nuclear site, there is a chance of basically nuclear contamination, as these are centrifuges that are actually trying to enrich uranium. So it's a really complex operation to say, well, can they hit at that depth or not? Of course, you could seal these sites in, basically encapsulate them or basically cover them up, right? If you can't get to the depth. I've learned it a lot with Israel's operation is never underestimate what Israel can do, even with the technologies it has. So it's not a yes directly to your question, but it's also not a no. I'm not saying they can't do it without other capabilities.
And that being said, Israel has been in a conflict for the past 3 years, going against Hamas, going against Hezbollah, then the Houthis, and they still have some operations continuing in Gaza. Do you think Israel can afford to, lengthen this conflict and go for another front altogether?
So you're right to point out Israel has been under a 7-front war, 8th if you include the basically international misinformation campaign that it's been under. But it wasn't a question by my analysis, if Israel could do this operation. Israel had to do this operation for its survival, because that's what Iran said it wanted its nuclear weapon for. Death to America, death to Israel. And it has had great success against Hezbollah, against the Houthis. Even tonight there was a Houthi operation against the leadership of the Houthis, and the ongoing complications with the operations in Gaza against Hamas. And this wasn't an ideal time for Israel to do this operation. It was an intelligence-based necessity, like of survival. So it's definitely coming at a cost, and you have Israeli civilians dying right as we're talking in these rockets that Iran is shooting, not at military targets, and they're not hitting military targets. I can't tell you if they can continue it, but clearly they didn't have a choice but to. And they are under multiple front wars, but they've had a lot of success against Hezbollah and others.
Right. So let's also talk about the diplomatic talks right now. So if at all, is there any possibility that any kind of diplomatic efforts, for example, China has criticized these attacks, Russia has clearly, criticized the attacks, and there has been a call between Trump and Putin, and probably may or may not have these talks talked about these escalating tensions, and Putin might have put in some word. Do you think all these diplomatic efforts can lead to some kind of talks, and we can see these two coming and talking on the table instead of going ahead with these conflict?
I absolutely do. I mean, you did have that hour-long conversation between President Trump and President Putin, and Putin does have influence over Iran. They signed a security agreement, unfortunately, because of the aid that Iran was providing Putin in his campaign in Ukraine with drones and other assets. But great powers are great powers for a reason. And I also, unfortunately, saw Pakistan basically aligning with Iran in its current project. I guess that isn't surprising, but I'm absolutely certain that there is a chance for diplomacy, and people like the United States and with Russia's influence over the Islamic regime, that you could bring them to the table. Military is just one of the forms of national power of a nation, and that's just why I've commented that I do believe the United States is one of the few people that can bring this to a close once Israel has said, okay, we've rolled this back. Now there is a great opportunity for diplomacy for Israel to stop its behavior. It isn't just about capabilities. Although you lose 9 nuclear scientists, there's some capability lost there on continuing your program. But this is about changing the Islamic regime's behavior towards the threatening of the survival of Israel and its partner nations, because President Trump just came back from a Middle East tour, meeting with Arab nations who are not also in agreement that the Islamic regime conduct in the Middle East is good, and everybody should be on the same sheet of music that Iran can't have a nuclear bomb.
All right. Well, we'll have to end it there. Thank you so much, Mr. John Spencer, for joining us and giving your perspective and insights. And a major diplomatic setback in West Asia, the much-awaited sixth round of nuclear talks between Iran and the United States scheduled to take place this weekend in Muscat has been called off. Oman, which was mediating the sensitive dialogue, confirmed the news on Saturday. Omani Foreign Minister Badr Al-Basaidi took to social media X to say the Iran-US talks scheduled to be held in Muscat this Sunday will not now take place. He further added that diplomacy and dialogue remain the only pathway to lasting peace. The move comes in the wake of intensifying Israeli strikes on Iran, strikes that have sparked fresh waves of escalation in an already fragile region. Iran has made its position clear. It says talks are meaningless, while U.S. ally Israel continues to bombard the Islamic Republic. But Washington is still hoping for a breakthrough. According to reports, U.S. is still hoping to hold talks despite the cancellation. The Trump administration is keeping the door open, stressing that diplomacy is still on the table, even as regional tensions threaten to unravel months of fragile back-channel negotiations. Iran's latest strikes on Israel has led to widespread destruction. Various apartments and residential streets were hit after a fresh series of attacks. One of the worst impacted areas that came under a direct hit of Iranian missiles is the city of Ramat Gan, with blown-out buildings, destroyed vehicles, and streets strewn with debris. Ramat Gan is a city in the Tel Aviv district of Israel, located east of the municipality of Tel Aviv, and is part of the Gush Dan metropolitan area. It is a home to a diamond exchange district, Sheba Medical Center, and many high-tech industries. Air raid sirens sounded across Israel as authorities urged the public to take shelter.
We heard the siren. We were lucky to run to the shelter. We were sitting in the shelter. And then we heard such a boom. It was awful. We were sure that the missile hit our building. We had, of course, to wait until we were allowed to go out. We went out. We went out. We saw the windows and shuttered and everything broken, destroyed. The house, we went to the house. The house looked awful.
We went into the safe room. We locked it properly, sealed it properly. Me, my wife, our 2 kids, and the dog. We heard the interceptions, which were really, really loud. And then after a few minutes, we could feel something was incoming, because we could really feel the interceptions close to us. And then we heard a very loud boom.
Missiles were seen over Tel Aviv's skyline. Drone videos showed destroyed homes, and rescue teams gathered on site of an Iranian missile strike in central Israel. Israelis inspected the damage to their homes in the city of Rishon LeZion, which is 8 kilometers to south of Tel Aviv. Now, destroyed buildings and cars could be seen in the street as residents and rescue workers tried to salvage their belongings. Israel said Iran fired salvos of 200 ballistic missiles in 4 batches, which in a first penetrated deep into the parts of central Israel. At a time when tensions between Israel and Iran continue to escalate, India has distanced itself from the Shanghai Cooperation Organization's statement that condemned recent Israeli strikes on Iran, clarifying that it did not participate in the discussions that led to these remarks. The Ministry of External Affairs reiterated New Delhi's independent stance on the escalating conflict and emphasized the need for de-escalation through diplomatic dialogue. It stated that India had already made its position clear on June 13th and had chosen not to participate in the discussions leading to the SCO's joint statement. The ministry also added that Indian External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar had recently spoken with his Iranian counterpart, Abbas Araghchi, conveying the deep concern of the international community and reiterating the need to avoid further escalation and return to the diplomatic processes. Israel launched a massive aerial offensive targeting Iran's military and nuclear infrastructure on Friday. These strikes killed several high-ranking Iranian scientists and military officers. In retaliation, Iran launched close to 200 ballistic missiles at Israeli targets. The SCO's statement accused Israel of targeting civilian infrastructure and causing multiple casualties, including children, calling the attacks a gross violation of international law and the UN Charter. The SCO is a China-led regional bloc comprising nations including China, Russia, Pakistan, Iran, India, and several Central Asian countries. All right, with that, we'll be taking a short break right after we continue our coverage of this conflict. Do stay tuned. You're watching WION World is Fun.
We're giving an AI-generated video where we can analyze your credit history, your credit score.
It's all about now content. Yeah. A lot of it is now digital. A lot of TV content is still being watched.
I think it's been a fantastic journey. We have succeeded in some of our original goals, which was to bring credit accessibility to both companies and individuals.
Key milestones of traction under your leadership.
Getting actually a personal check from Mr. Ratan Tata. We got an opportunity to get listed.
One of the biggest things that has changed in Razorpay over last 5-6 years, Jaibi, is to be a single product, single business company to a multi-product, multi-business company.
WION Health Resort is unique, the only one of its kind. Experience the 4 paths of natural wellness: yoga, Ayurveda, acupuncture, and naturopathy. Each uniquely customized program improves the whole person to make every person whole. Come to WION Health Resort. Make your reservation at WION.com.
From the bustling trading floors of Wall Street to the vibrant exchanges of Asian stock markets, WION breaks it down for you to make sense of what's happening. As we reveal the key factors behind events, strategic battles, and the game-changing business decisions that shape the world. We bring you all of this and more on World Business Watch.
Hello and welcome back. You're watching WION World is Fun. Thanks for staying with us. Let's begin with the headlines.